experience. You may use wired, wireless headphones, speakers for enhanced audio experiences. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of BrandWagon Conclave, hosted by the Financial Express Online. BrandWagon Conclave aims to decode consumer behavior and why companies need to evolve with the quintessential Indian consumer. Before we start, we would like to thank our presenting partner SAP as well as Woot, our powered by partner. I would also like to thank our associate partners Planet Marathi and Daily Hunt Josh. Spread over 3 days, starting from today, we will take a deep dive into the evolution of marketing space. We ask that you remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media led by the hashtag FEBWC 2021. The theme for the day is the changing landscape. I request Anand Goenka, Executive Director, The Indian Express, to share a few words with us.
Yes, hello. Very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second Financial Express BrandWagon Conclave. I'm just making sure that I'm live. Yes, I am live. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to the second Financial Express BrandWagon Conclave. It's a great time to be doing this. It's a week before the festive season. It's possibly the most important time of the year for us in our industry. And I think it's safe to say that from the pre-Diwali indications, that the marketing industry is back with a bang. Clearly, it's back with a bang. The Tibetan monk Thich Nhat Hanh said, "No mud, no lotus." I think this saying holds so true today. Our industry is sitting on some major shifts. Apple has suddenly dropped the guillotine on several programmatic ad networks with strict privacy policies that they've implemented on fairly short notice. Google's decision to eventually ban third-party cookies will one day become a reality. So between regulators protecting user data, brands auditing and looking at ad fraud, and users demanding superior user experience, it would seem as if we are sitting on a very challenging journey ahead. All of which I think, if we look today, seems quite trivial in front of what we have gone through over the past 20 months. And I think we have emerged over the past 20 months much stronger. I think if you look, at the previous economic downturns that have happened, global economic downturns, it has taken the industry anywhere between 3 to 4 years to really recover. But I think this time around, it is because of the tremendous entrepreneurial spirit in our industry. It is because of the tremendous technological talent that our industry has that we have been able to, I think, recover so fast. The industry, we believe, stands at a number of 54,000 crores this year, the total advertising pie. And I think conservative estimates expect that digital alone by 2024 will reach a 54,000 advertising pie. So I'm saying that's the kind of exponential growth that we're seeing. Obviously, print has recovered. Television too is growing. And so this is a very exciting bounce back that we've had. And I think, storytelling and branding has become much more purposeful. Performance marketing has embraced infinitely more formats. COVID, the short-term impact of COVID was real, serious, and scary. But I think the long-term impact on marketing in India, at least we can say with some certainty, has been multifaceted and profound. And that's really thanks to all the people who are in the audience today and from so many of the speakers. So which is why I'm very excited about the second FE BrandWagon Summit today. And we'll dive deep into all the entrepreneurial spirit and all the energy and the efforts that has gone into this kind of bounce back. And we'll spent some time with several CMOs and company heads and founders who are going to walk us through how they've done it and what they kind of see for the future. I'd like to share a minute, to take a minute and share with you what we in the news space are seeing, what we see sort of playing out, and maybe a few data points that I think can also validate my optimism for both the publishing space and the advertising space on the digital side in this country. I think the one thing that COVID did is that it really showed that the ABCD that we all came to learn and understand about the digital content space in India, which is astrology, Bollywood, cricket, and devotion. I think the ABCD has certainly been challenged for good. I think the COVID-induced infodemic created so much awareness and caution towards fake news. Audiences began demanding domain authority. They began demanding content from people that have a sense of expertise and domain authority. And trust of the source became just as important as speed and user experience when consuming news and information. And not to only talk about the Express, but because I know the data from the Express side, I can share that some brands, some of the few credible news brands that India has, if you see the kind of growth that we have all experienced over the last 2 years, it is quite astounding. At the Express Group, we have grown from 120 million users a month to just short of 200 million users a month in 6 languages across the world. This makes the Express Group one of the world's 20 largest digital groups, yet we are not even the largest in India. So that's the size of the audience demand for credible news and information in India that I wanted to kind of share. Specifically, on our flagship IndianExpress.com, those of you in the audience who are familiar and read the Express regularly, you will know that we have a page in the newspaper called the Explained page, which is very popular and which has a very young audience. The Explained page on digital alone, our Explained section on digital, where we kind of break the news down, whether it's political news, business news, science and technology, sports, city news, whatever the news of the season or of the day is, we break it down and explain it in a very unbiased fashion with just domain experts explaining that piece of content to an audience who doesn't have the background or we used to assume knows, but we believe they don't, or the new young users. Specifically, this section has grown tremendously, led by COVID. I have a small graph that I would like to share with you. If the studio can help me, if they can just present that graph that I had shared earlier. I'm not sure if, let's see when it comes in. I won't waste time until that comes in. I'll just keep going on. But I want to just share that we had grown from 3 million unique users a month on the Explained section on digital. We are now doing 17 million users a month just on Explained content. I mean, that is the kind of exponential growth that you see. And each time you'll see that when COVID happens, the demand for Explained kind of jumps up. And then we kind of hold that number going forward as well. So Explained is just an indicator to show that there is so much need and demand from audiences for credible, honest, intelligent, unbiased news and information. And we're doing so many things beyond the text form. Our daily news podcast called 3 Things is considered to be India's most listened English podcast. Our Hindi daily Jansatta, now the 5th largest Hindi news site in India, has been growing exponentially on YouTube. We just recently launched a podcast called Love Matters with Evelyn Sharma in partnership with DW News, and was raced ahead in the charts in terms of listenership. So there is. These are all points to just share that we are going well beyond ABCD, and we're seeing this closely at the Indian Express Group. I'm sure we see this outside of the Indian Express Group as well. And I think this is a great signal and a great happening and a great phenomena for the industry. because it forces people like the Express, forces people in our industry to invest in quality. It forces us to invest in authenticity. Because when the one hand we see that content and news are getting commoditized, on the other hand we see that it's creating a quality filter in the minds of audiences, and therefore in the mind of advertisers as well. Um, and so this will allow us in the industry to be more aggressive in diversifying revenue streams towards subscriptions, content commerce integrations, and brand solutions as well. Um, and I think this is the biggest problem in our in our industry, the way digital has grown in India. We've got such massive scale, we kind of lost sight of the rates, of the rates to reach an audience, the rates to reach each person. Just as an example, an extreme example, we hear of the Financial Times selling banner ads on their website for upwards of £90 CPM. We in India, will be pushing and fighting to try to get to 100 rupees CPM. So that's the kind of difference that you see between evolved digital markets and India. And I think we have to work to bridge that gap. I wanted to share with you some interesting things that brands are kind of doing and getting involved with in terms of engaging with journalism and with audiences. I had asked the studio if it's possible, just give me a shout if it's possible. I had sent a short video. This was a brand solutions video we created in working closely with Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Studio, can we have that video play, please?
बच्चे लोग कान बंद कर लो एक्चुअली. I removed my left breast. Husband को पूछा मैंने, let's get that artificial thing done. तो उसने बोला नहीं ठीक है, एक से काम चला लेगा.
When I had to go for my classes in college, there were a lot of instances wherein the bus used to be in front of me and I couldn't run.
क्या रे झिंगुर, कैसा है तेरा? क्या इतना पतला हो गया? हाथ अगरबत्ती, पैर मोमबत्ती, क्या कर लिया अपना हाल?
Sometimes Google तो constipation को भी बता देता है कि तुम मरने वाले हो.
Cancer is not the only thing. Life is uncertain.
एक बारी took me to a date where he ordered 1,000 rupees ice cream and I was like, oh my god, ये उन कैंसर के लिए रुके हुए थे तुम.
I had a policy before my diagnosis, so I think I was lucky over there. Generally advise people that as soon as the child is born, the parents should cover their child under a Mediclaim.
But just an example to share that this is the kind of interest that brands take now towards quality content. They use content as a way to filter premium audiences and to filter low engagement from high engagement. I think we've got a lot of examples here where we have worked closely with brands to marry real high quality credible journalism and storytelling with brand objectives and do it in a very in a very interesting, engaging way. These are tough conversations. Cancer is a tough conversation to have, yet we kind of do it in a way which holds the audience in short episodes. And I'm just to share that's the kind of level of interest now that brands are taking to break clutter in the digital world. And I think that's a very, very welcome phenomena. I think you see a lot of this happening in AVOD and music streaming as well. There's so much of unprecedented investment that's happening in quality content. So just all thoughts to go and share that along with scale, we're also chasing quality. And I think that's one big change that COVID has done. And I think that's great for the industry. So there's just some opening thoughts I thought I'll just start the conversation or the conclave with. I think there's no one better really than Sadashiv Nayak, the CEO of Future Retail, to open the summit with the first conversation. He's going to be speaking immediately after me. I think in a few minutes after me, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him and from all the other speakers. We've got phenomenal representation from several brands, including Max Sun Life. We've got from Uber, from Upgrad, from Bharat Pay. I'm obviously missing a few, but some of the most exciting brands that this country has just created in a span of less than 5 years. Brands that have taken other organizations 10, 15, 20 years to make. These are all exciting ones that have done it in a few years, so we're excited to hear from them. Before I end, I want to thank all our speakers for making the time. I want to thank our presenting sponsor, SAP. Thank you very much. Thank you to our Powered by partner, Woot, and to our associate partners, Daily Hunt Josh and Planet Marathi. My compliments to my colleague, Anushri Bhattacharya, and her team who have put together a very, very exciting summit. Thank you very much for making the time to be here. And Mr. Nayak, I look forward to hearing from you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anand, for the insightful session. We now move on to the keynote address on brands Kal Aajkal. In this session, we will talk about how to deal with today's customer who is tech savvy, prefers omni-channel experiences, and expects a whole new level of customer service. For this, we have Sadashiv Vinayak, CEO of Big Bazaar Future Retail. Over to you.
Hi. Thank you for the introduction. I hope I can be heard. There's no way for me to know, so do let me know if I can be heard. I'm going to share a PPT. I think when Anushri came and told me that you're meeting and it's going to be Kal Aaj or Kal, it was very exciting. I must compliment Anushri for the wonderful name which she has given. So I'll just kind of go on and share. I just put something so that I get to speak lesser. The idea what I'm going to do is really going to share a couple of thoughts on what has been happening at our end, possibly some of the experiences, and then I think we can open it up for questions if there are any. So, is my slide? Can you see my slide? Let me share the entire screen. How do I get to know if the slide is seen or not? Yeah, okay. I guess you can see me as well, right? I'm just getting a chat message here. You can see my slides as well, right? Yeah. So I think I'm just going to start with these lines, and I'm sure some of you may be thinking that I'm referring to all the things you've been reading in the newspapers on the troubles, etc., etc. But really, no. I think I just wanted to kind of pick up some words of poetry of those who've been able to identify this group and bring it up. I think Anushri, this is with reference to the name which you given for the conference, Kal Aaj or Kal. I think it was also a movie for those who are movie buffs and who cannot be in India. I'm one movie buff. It was a movie of the yesteryears of representing 3 generations. And then there was the people who wrote Yesterday here. And I don't think this quartet actually, right now only 3 of them can be seen. They need any introduction. So that's the Beatles, and that's her first poetry which I put off was for them. And I thought, like the movie which continued, like the songs of this group which continues, I think it's evergreen, it's classic. I thought I'll take some inspiration from some of their songs to really figure out that while there's a changing consumer, some things haven't changed, and how do we kind of find our way in between? So let's just see a piece of communication here.
चल मैं करता हूँ.
Happy Diwali.
चम 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 के दुनिया जगमग जगमग सवरे गलियां ये लड़ी हंस पड़ी फुल झड़ी.
Happy Diwali. पूरे शहर पर जैसे रोशनी की चादर है, चारों ओर टिमटिमाते हुए दिए तारों की तरह लग रहे हैं। घरों के सामने लोगों ने ना रंग बिरंगी रंगोलियां बनाई हैं और अब सारा शहर पटाखों की आवाज से गूंज उठेगा। पर पता है सबसे ज्यादा पटाखे कौन फोड़ेगा? हम।
हाँ चम 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 के दुनिया जगमग जगमग सबरे गलियां, ये लड़ी हंस पड़ी फुलझड़ी। चम 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 के दुनिया जगमग जगमग सबरे गलियां, ये लड़ी हंस पड़ी फुलझड़ी।
चलो इस दिवाली को बनाए सबकी वाली। शुभ शुरुआत। बिग बाजार, मेकिंग इंडिया ब्यूटीफुल।
So this was a piece of communication we'd done a couple of years ago. I thought it was perfect to have music, like inspired by Beatles, and of course the message, which was pretty strong. This was a series, a part of the series of an ad, and I'm going to show you the original towards the end. And I thought the idea was basically celebrating Diwali with people who can't naturally, and I think that was a theme. And to some extent, in my 15 to 17 years of retail, I think that was my biggest learning, that I think the act of many retailers, and then now there are so many others, and I represent only one brand. There's so many others. There's so many rich professionals and entrepreneurs who really created stuff for people who can't naturally afford, or stuff for people who can't naturally experience. So I thought when I was told that just share about what experiences one can create, I said let me lay that piece, and hence I shared this communication. For us, there's always been a drive to say that how can we create shopping experiences for people who can't, like this piece of communication, which is how to celebrate Diwali with people who naturally can't. Yeah, and I think I just took the liberty of changing, adapting Anushri's topic to retain and rewrite yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday is also because a big hit movie, I think 2 years back, just before COVID, or maybe a year before COVID. And that's what I'm going to really focus on. How do we retain and how do we rewrite yesterday? And so, as I said, I'm just going to keep taking inspiration from the songs of Beatles. I thought the first one was Across the Universe. I'm not going to read out the poetry. Please take time to read the poetry. But what I'm really going to talk about from this song is really the shopper metaverse. And I think I'm also trying to understand this term a little better. But as I understood from the terms of yesterday, I think it's really shoppers have a life and an ecosystem, which is naturally there. I mean, who has not forgotten the fact that we would go across to the neighboring door, knock on the door and saying, Adrak hai kya? Or you would go down and say to the sabzi wala saying, Nimbu mirchi de dena. Or you would go and do window shopping at the sari counter. Now, many of those habits have retained. It's just that they've become digital. They've become far more frictionless. There are various other channels to do it. So to me, for a brand like Big Bazaar, and there are many other retailers or consumer captains sitting on this, hopefully sitting on this forum, trying to listen to me, I think, how do you discover the shopper metaverse within whatever we have? I'm going to share a couple of examples so that kind of leads you to it. I think this was a thought which got triggered during COVID when many of our stores were in malls. Malls naturally did not have footfall. There were concerns about going into malls. A large part of our business was apparel, and for us, we had to kind of make some amends to say we want to continue. People won't come to malls, and that's when. And there were many thoughts which kind of collided with this. We also heard about senior citizens who could not come to our store, people with children who could not come to our store, and that's when this bright idea came from someone. It is not unique, but I thought I'll just share with you what we do. We basically, because we're a large fashion player, we're a value fashion player, selling almost 12 million garments a month. And then suddenly COVID happened and people didn't come to us. So we decided to go on video calling. So we kept it small, not that our tech was perfect, but we actually made people call us up. We had a set of members for linked to every store who could call us up, fix up the appointment, and we would replicate their shopping experience in the store. So while this is, I didn't have a right photograph from our store, but this was the idea. I think the lady, of course, belongs to us. She would go from rack to rack, shelf to shelf, saying, "Ma'am, ye wala hai chudidar, ye wala dupatta ke sath match karenge. Yes, medium size chahiye kya, small size chahiye kya." So we really went back and really introduced this concept of video calling. you can say we did alpha testing for it, and now we're really given the tech brief to say it has to be more sustainable, more scalable. So that's something which is on. The second idea which we introduced, and I'm of course taking the liberty to give it a name. We have let's say monthly active users of close to 27 million shoppers, and the entire universe of around 270 million 27 million shoppers the universe, and we have 2.7 million monthly active users. We said, how do we kind of engage with them? And there's another thought. We have a lot of data with them, and you would have heard this cliche terms of big data, etc., etc. But we said, let's give it some meaning. And of course, I'm taking a dramatic interpretation of what it could be. But what it really means is, if there is Anushri and we know she is shopping, if there's Anant and we know he's shopping with us, we can actually know what all is shopped, we know his preferences, and we can actually expose him to delights, offers, promotions in what he wants, rather than bombarding him. Anant should not get something for, let's say, kids apparel, and Anushri should not get something for men's accessories. So I think the whole thought was to really take out data, personalize it. So the inspiration which we gave to teams is to say that if there are OTT which actually design things to you, and we have data we want to do, then our offering should look something like this. And as I said, this is more a dramatic, I've taken the liberty to dramatize it, inspired by one of the large OTT players which you are aware, Netflix. But frankly, this is the way the teams are thinking on, let's say, if there is Anushri, what does she frequently buy? How can she continue shopping? Because last month she shopped for churidars, and we got the extension of that. We got the new designs for it. How can we actually create a virtual screen of her choice so that she is able to shop much easily what she wants, and she also goes about discovering. As of now, this takes the form of an app, it takes the form of SMSs, it takes the form of emails, but the difference is they're customized, because there's actually an entire set of people and an engine which is working to know what they have. So that's the experience we created. And we started with fashion, because that's where possibly choices are far more accented. That's where possibly much more consumption is needed. I think if I convince someone to drink another Coca-Cola or another beverage, they may not. But if someone convinces me saying you're wearing a blue shirt, maybe you should wear a similar design green shirt, I may still go about wearing it. So I think that was a whole thought around saying, how do you personalize a screen, a feel, an ecosystem? So if you recollect, we are still talking the shopper metaverse. We said video calling, and we said this. The third is an example for another format of ours, a very favorite in quite a few cities, food hall. What you see on the left are gifts which they do for Mother's Day, for Sister's Day. But on the right, what you saw was something which I found very interesting. I think when there was COVID and lockdown, they said, how do we create things which are good for you, which are almost like saying the work for home gifting option or stay at home gifting option. And you'll see an avocado peeping up. There is a small coffee. There is some snacks looking at you. There's an olive oil. So it had goodness. It recognized the fact that people are operating out of homes. They're quite bored, and you would like to surprise your friend. I mean, if you're in Bangalore and you walk through some of the electronic cities, they're vacant, and obviously people are holed up in their homes, either in a small town or in a city. Food Hall took this concept to say, let's delight them, knowing that people are actually locked up. And I think that's something which I thought I would share. Now, all this was again possible because we exactly know what have been the choices of people. So I think the metaverse as a term is something which is becoming the new cliche. I think the success for retailers and consumer captains would be avoid making it a cliche in whichever way. I know everything is not possible. Today, I'm able to talk about Big Bazaar with a little bit of authority because we've accumulated data over a decade. Not everyone might be, but I'm sure everyone, including the small grocer who's actually knowing your choices, it will be in some way be able to do that. I think the lesson here was to say, use the metaverse, try and build a metaverse with whatever you have. So that was about the first subject. I'm going to move to the next one, another song of Beatles. And for all those Beatle fans, if you enjoyed liking these songs, please share your love with everyone around you and with me as well. I think here I really picked up 3 examples on how retail, and I presume all the consumer businesses need to move into action and avoid friction. I'll give you some live examples. I think Big Bazaar, surely prior to COVID, and now of course the action is moved elsewhere in terms of online, but you would always have billing as a constraint. And that's when we introduced this concept to say, you can book your bill. You can just pay a token 50 rupees or a 40 rupees or 100 rupees basis on which city you were. It's just a token booking. You come and shop. Whenever you're ready with your shop at your shopping time, if you say 2 p.m. and you're ready with your shop at 2 p.m., you need not stand in the queue. We'll make sure that you're billed immediately, and that 50 or 40 rupees comes back to your bill as a discount. So that is something which I thought it was a sitting duck as an opportunity, and we were missing it all along. We were trying to play the good angle by saying open more cash tills, make it more faster, add more processes. But something as simple as this, where we got people to book their billing time digitally and then come and avoid the queue, was quite an instant hit. Surprisingly, it was not only a hit in cities, but also in the mini metros and the small town, and in the tier 2 towns. So that was one thought I'll share with you. I think I wanted to share. So constantly the theme which I'm going to bring to you is that we represent a large physical retailer. We have a lot of data. We have got a presence. We are learners though into the digital ecosystem. We are of course digitally influenced. We're doing it for the last 5 or 6 years, but we got into hardcore online commerce in the last 18 to 24 months. But all the examples would be something which is trying to blend the two worlds. The cliches of phygital, etc., I want to keep it aside, but we are genuinely trying to blend the two worlds, saying, make sure that the customer gets the best, whether she may feel like the queen or the king, whether it's in the store or online. So this was the first example. There are 3 series of examples here. On the left is we celebrate around 72 festivals in Big Bazaar. And what we've done with every festival campaign, we do an online game, and people play this game, pick up their promotions and discounts, and then either you shop. Earlier they would shop only at store. Now they can also shop online, and they can encash those gift coupons or those special prizes. So on the left is a game. In between, the 2 ladies are doing what is known as cook along. Initially, it began as only as a YouTube channel where we would get some known person, or sometimes not so known person. We have a few of our own staff members who are very good chefs in their own terms, would come and make a ghar ka recipe and declare to the whole world. But the big news here was people would start participating. It was a fixed day, Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. The challenge which you've taken now is when that 4 to 5 p.m. happens on YouTube, how does it happen across 285 stores of Big Bazaar? And we've not fully got there because it needs a whole lot of planning. There's some bit of cooking also involved. Not all stores are in a position to have cooking done. But I think that's the challenge we need to do. The second was really the cook along, which we did in YouTube, and then moving on to the stores. And the third one is something which you do along on Twitter, where we invite people to bid for a particular product. So in this case, we declare a base price, and then people can bid lower. The more and more people bid, the price keeps dropping. And whenever it's kind of zeroed down on a certain price, we kind of declare that price. So at this double bed sheet at 697 is a big steal because of fantastic price. But the price would have begun at 950 or so. And then we would have announced on Twitter saying, decide your price, and customers decide a price. So the theme, you'll notice that there are people who are online, who visit our stores. How do you kind of involve them, engage them? Because frankly, I think we have to move beyond just being a pusher of goods and a pusher of rice and oil and clothes. I think it's really trying to engage with them as much as you can and involve them as much as you can. And the third one is something which we've been doing for a decade ago, but I thought I'll share an ad for you.
ये लेटर मिलने तक मैं जा चुकी होगी, अपना घर बिक गया, पर मेरा रियल खजाना सिर्फ तेरे लिए है।
पुराने न्यूज़पेपर मम्मा
जो जबरदस्त डिस्काउंट दिलाए, पुराना कैसे कहलाए? आ गया बिग बाजार का द ग्रेट एक्सचेंज। कुछ भी पुराना लाओ, नए पे जबरदस्त डिस्काउंट्स पाओ। 22 Feb से 30 March तक।
So surprisingly, the great exchange is something which has remained one of our most important campaigns. And as we said, we started with hello, goodbye being full of action and no friction. We realized that people who don't want to shift their bed sheets because they make do with a little bit of worn out bed sheet. They don't want to change their tawa because the handle, if it is loose, it's a problem. It's okay. You will make do with a balti which has got a little scar. And that's the friction we realize in the customer's life. And this campaign, which has been there for 10 years, it's not maybe 14 years actually, and there's nothing new for us. But what we discovered this friction in the customer's mind and said that you come and get anything in your house and we'll give you something, a great coupon for buying something new. So you can get anything. You can get newspapers, people would get toilet seats, people would get their old kids' toys, and we would give a price to them, and the price would be in the form of getting a new item. So this was a case of us trying to avoid the friction from them shifting into something new. I'm going to continue to my next subject, and this possibly remains one of my favorite subjects. As the Beatles song, it was about, of course, they spoke of a very different revolution, but I think the message which here for me was to really say, how do we mainstream? And I'm just going to share two ideas to you. One of them is through a video, so you can just enjoy the video, and then I'll just say a few lines about it. This is from one of our stores in the Matunga store in Mumbai. It's a 2-year-old video, but the event continues.
हम लोग पहले जब जाते तो बहुत इग्नोर्ड फील करते थे क्योंकि बच्चे हाइपर हो जाते थे। जो क्लाइमेट होता था, जो सराउंडिंग, जो आवाज़ और वो सब भीड़ भाड़ होके बच्चे हाइपर होते थे। लेकिन आज के जो क्वाइट मोमेंट था, वो एकदम पीसफुल मोमेंट, वो हमने बहुत अच्छा लगा, एंजॉय किया हम लोग ने।
First, when I came to Big Bazaar Matunga, this was very new for me. So I got hassled and I had this new disease, claustrophobia. But then when I came today, I became happy to learn about shopping skills.
The shopping experience was very good. I did very independently.
So I think this was a case where, and for me, the learning was at times we are not able to recognize abilities of people of our shoppers. Our own staff are not able to recognize. We at times can't believe why a customer is behaving in a particular way when it comes to, let's say, identifying a product or a price. And we realized that there was this set of people who have autism, and we said, what's the shopping experience for them? And we realized not too many experiences in the first place. We took some lessons from a retailer in UK, and we just kind of copied their template, but making it true in the Indian sense was a challenge. Convincing our own teams was a challenge. We could not do it in the mainstream hours because we had to dim the lights, we had to reduce the noise. Our staff was asked not to speak because, as you heard, the first parent day, the children in a claustrophobic environment can get a little hyper. This is the 1 hour we used to do. We had at the peak, we had got close to 10 to 12,000 parents with their kids coming and shopping with us on Tuesdays. It got disrupted a bit during COVID. That's one of the grouses I have against COVID and the lockdown. And then we are restarting this again. But to me, the learning here was to say that at times we aren't able to recognize someone's abilities, including our shoppers. But if we really go back and say, I want to mainstream that, I want to make sure that everything is easy. The idea of making the autistic children shop was not ours. It is one of the parents who said, okay, you opened up this place for an experience, but now we want to teach them how to shop. And that was a fantastic experience for me at a personal level. So that is the first example of the so-called revolution, which I said. There's another thing which many of my friends whom I move around with don't agree, but lots and lots of India have not discovered online shopping. While we read a lot, we see a lot, but many of them have not discovered. And we said that we should do something. We're doing something for it. Internally, we call it Project Gold. But the whole idea was to recognize that people have the ability to shop in mainstream online, but they possibly have apprehensions. Is my payment safe? I'm placing this order. How do I discover? What happens if something fails? And so what we really did is really created an environment in the store. So we've created this whole kiosk where there's 1 or 2 staff only telling people how to go online. Now, it sounds a little, I would say, trivial from when you put the urban lens, and you're in my lens. But now the photos here are possibly from Darbhanga, they're possibly from Jorhat, Silchar. And there many people are yet to discover. They've heard of online shopping, but they've had their own apprehension. So how do we kind of go about it? So at the end of the entire experience, we make them download, we make them place their first order. Even it's just 101 rupee order, shubh order hota hai wo. We make them place. In return, they get a small gift from us. They learn their first order, and then if they are willing, they take their selfie saying, "I placed my first order." So this was the second example which I wanted to say, that there are people, there are shoppers, there are customers who have abilities whom we don't recognize. I think our role as retailers to, as in the earlier saying, recognize the metaverse, remove the friction, and harness the abilities, make them grow us further. I'll move to the fourth one. I think a very happy song, a happy place for retailer. And I'm picking this song really to say, how do we kind of go about nudging competition? I'm just going to give you a quick example. In fact, when I used to often ask this question in forums, it's a question to all of you as well, to say, if there's an old grandmother and a granddaughter who walk into a departmental store, and there are a lot of cosmetic and perfume companies, whom are they likely to address first? And invariably answer will be they address the young granddaughter. But the irony of the situation is the young granddaughter is going to go to the grandmother and ask for for the money. She is the person who's funding the whole shopping trip. So why shouldn't a person, just because she's crossed a certain age, not be considered mainstream for consumption? And then we created this whole day on Thursday called the Young Elder Day. We don't call them senior citizens, we call them young elders. And we create a series of events for them every Thursday where they come. Just think of it. There are no discotheques for senior citizens. There are no fashion shows for senior citizens. And we attempt to do that. And of course, at the end of it, being a retailer, we give them a coupon and make them shop with us. Fantastic response. We have close to 70,000 young elders on the membership. Because of COVID, things got disrupted, but we did something else for them, which I'm going to talk in a little while. But they come to shop. I'm going to show you images of a Thursday, what used to be, and hopefully we'll revive it in its full glory in a few days. This is the fashion show. The ramp walk. Imagine our grandmothers would never possibly go on a ramp walk, and we made them to go on a ramp walk here. And in some cases, we also kind of televised. We sent it to our digital channels. So that was an example of how we provoke consumption. The other thought which we had was really an inspiration from the streets of Mumbai, Kolkata. I think whenever we have any kind of chart, and if your mouth is not watered, then I feel sorry for you. If your mouth is watered, please go out and buy one of these. You always end up by having a Sukha Puri. And the thought which we said in Big Bazaar is, for every shopping visit, they should go back with something. And we term this internally the food to fashion program. So frankly, in all our stores, if you end up buying food for 300 rupees or so, you get a great coupon on fashion. And it's a simple technique. Not everyone uses the fashion, but frankly, a person goes back and saying, okay, I got a coupon. Maybe I should buy something for my child. Maybe I should buy something for my daughter. Maybe I should buy something for my partner. And that becomes a kind of an ecosystem where people buy food, they buy fashion, they buy fashion, they buy food, and then it kind of keeps going. But at the end of it, I think it's the customer love and joy which you're looking at. And the joy was same as this. We're saying, whatever I do, I get something at the end which comes free to me. And that's the model which we are working on in Big Bazaar. I'm moving on. I'm conscious of the time. I think how do we use time as a currency? And that's why we chose 8 days a week. I think in the online space, I think the concept of weekday, weekend is all vanished, and we are working at whatever time. I get call at 9:30 saying mera delivery aaya nahi, sir, kahan atka hai, and I have to respond in 5 minutes. I actually got a call from Muzaffarpur, a young girl saying mera delivery nahi aaya. I don't know how our numbers they get it, but I'm happy they get our numbers. And then I had to immediately respond to her in 5 minutes saying your delivery will be there in 10 minutes now. We had goofed up in that particular delivery, but we kind of immediately had to respond and get it going. So this was an example. On the right is our Instagram handle. And let's say there was a Pooja perfect love story happening. And my challenge to the marketing team was, this is Instagram, but what will happen in Agartala and a Darbhanga and a Bhuj? If I'm not on Instagram. And we said, let's recreate that entire experience. So we do 5 posts a week. And after some bit of rejig and reprocessing, we are actually able to recreate that same experience in the store. So you'll see the dresses are the same. What the people have worn in Insta are there. It'll happen the same day. So the moment the Insta post goes alive, you have 285 Big Bazaars and 85 FBBs in all 390 odd stores, which go live on the same merchandise. And then there's a QR code. You can go on Insta, or you can go and shop on Big Bazaar online, or you can buy from the store. So this was a classic case of saying, let's not see two worlds. It's one world. It's the customer's world. She can come to our store. She may not come to our store. She may be on Instagram. And how do we recreate the experiences everywhere in the same way? And the other one is something which I think we were the late starters. We were the infant starters. But to really get our presence going, we really took the 2-hour concept. 2-hour, frankly, there are many people who are now delivering things in 15 minutes. But think about this way. If your tawa goes bad, who will deliver a tawa in 2 hours? We will deliver. If you're decided to take a quick vacation, you want a trolley, who will deliver in 2 hours? We will deliver 2 hours. If you've forgotten now, if you're going on a date and you've forgotten a gift and you want to buy a denim for your partner, I think we'll deliver in 2 hours. So we really opened up this whole 2-hour space, saying buy anything, everything, and we'll deliver in 2 hours. So that has been our response. It's a great experience for the customer. When you place an order and come, I think people have done it for fruit and vegetables. Our grocers have been doing it for many, many years. But who will do it for diapers, for shirts, for trousers, for undergarments, for televisions, everything delivered in 2 hours. I think that was the concept. And at the bottom of it, which I'm not going to talk about, is really what we hear is omni-channel. What we've really done is we've lit up inventory of all our stores rather than some dark stores doing. So overnight, we have 390 stores which are able to deliver stuff to customers. The same thing again. And this is the last one. I wanted to talk about how, with a little help from my friends, we can listen real time. I think this was a surprise to me. When we went online, we kept the pick up at store option, yet to take off in the country. But during COVID, what we realized is there were many people who came in front and said, I want to pick up for my auntie on the 3rd floor. I want to, my neighbors have decided all of us should not come out. So I am today picking up for all our neighbors. So this pick up at store opened up an entirely different shopping habit and a different level of empathy among customers. It was a lot to learn for us while we made this service available, but we realized the way it was being used was entirely different. I know I need to take it for my driver because I'm not allowing him to come out of home, and so on and so forth. So the pick up at store was a great service and an experience which we built in. This is from a supermarket. We have 2 supermarkets, Easy Day, Heritage. We have something known as Aadhaar in the rural markets. And then we have the franchisee stores called Nilgiris down south. So what we really do, again, using the consumer metaverse, the shopper metaverse, we have mapped their communities for obvious reasons. I'm not declaring which communities there are, but we actually map their, and we're seeing it only from the food lens and saying what food do they eat. So Dobson Road is one of our stores in Kolkata. There are different communities with different food preferences. And those are the languages which you will see them speak. And this is the kind of the rice choice which we have discovered from our data. So we are actually able to give a complete experience for all the rice which that store and the members will eat in Dobson Road. I think that was a learning which I wanted to share here. And that really comes from a whole lot of listening, real-time listening. And every time a customer is placing an order, every time we make a call to the customer, every time she comes to the store, we listen, and we've taken this project for rice and spices, and then it'll keep on going for each and every article. And this was a poll which we did on Instagram. I think we just did some fun polling. But to our surprise, every poll was being viewed by at least 3,000 people and voted by 700 people. A very simple question saying, would you want to wear sleeves to work when you're working from home, etc., etc. But just a thought for you to say that, customers are wanting to do it. I know this musician, I forget her name, who would make a small song, put it on the metaverse, and then ask her singers to ask her listeners, do you like this? And that's how she kept on building a better and better song. We hope to become better and better in the way we produce our stuff, we manufacture, we design apparel, and also sell. So this was a case of an Insta poll, which now has become a regular routine for us, and we keep learning and hearing things from people. At the end, I just wanted to say, we started with the Diwali ad for a special group of children, but the origin of that ad was something else. And I thought, since Diwali is around the corner next week, I thought I'll end on the original Diwali campaign, which is where it all began for us. And these were the 5 or 6 things which we spoke about. I'm not going to spend much time here. So enjoy this ad.
Patake? Shh, no patake. ये क्या है?
पटाखा।
ये क्या है? मम्मी, पटाखा।
रुको रुको पूछा बच्चे कहाँ है
Ay, এখানে কি হচ্ছে রে? বাড়া, দেখাচ্ছি মজা। চল রাউন্ড লাগা।
अब ये क्या नया शुरू किया है कुछ अच्छा ही शुरू किया है हैप्पी दिवाली हैप्पी दिवाली
इस दिवाली कुछ नया सोचते हैं, कुछ अच्छा करते हैं। शुभ शुरुआत। Big Bazaar, making India beautiful.
So that's what I had. I think this ad, just to clarify, was released prior to the Supreme Court order on firecrackers 2 years before. I think the idea was to say fatakas and the enjoyment always existed yesterday. How do you rewrite stuff? And we did not say don't burst crackers. We didn't say, we said there's another way also to kind of have the same joy as long as you're celebrating together. I think that's what I had. Happy to kind of stop sharing, and I don't know whether you have any time for any queries or questions. Anushri, is there any instruction for me? I can see your screen, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so basically there's one question that with Big Bazaar has consumers across touch points. So how do you manage to tap into that?
Okay. So as I told you, we have a couple of membership programs where people we have identified each and every customer now with their permission, with their consent. We have their numbers and their emails. So the membership programs allows us to kind of engage with them. I told you of Insta polls where we do it for our members, and it's not only for members, even the other people can comment on it. We do phone calling, we do from our NPS drive, from a Net Promoter Score drive. There are certain set of customers who get called every day. And there are all the stores have a physical place where we still see people write in their books. But the only shift which we've done is the people the moment they write in the book, that feedback comes to the entire team in a jiffy. It comes to us within the next 2-3 hours. And what is the feedback? It could be your toilets are quite lousy, or it could be I was expecting better pricing, or thank you for your service, whatever the feedback that comes. So frankly, we have a listening mechanism in all the stores, which is in a physical form. We have a NPS, which is from a SMS and a polling form. You can write to us on the shop.bigbazaar, the app. We have a poll at the end of your shopping experience. And then we have a membership database. I said close to 27 million total base and 2.5 million active base, whom we regularly speak to them and get their feedback. And I showed the supermarket example where you're actually able to map the assortment to its full detail.
Okay. One last question: with the RBI's current mandate on the auto debit, to what extent it has impacted subscription? Because it seems to have an impact on across industries, not only particularly related to streaming or any particular industry.
Yeah, so we're not really large on subscriptions right now. So I'm not be the best person to really comment on it, because we really have, and that thing has not really impacted online transactions. I think it's perfectly okay. So we're not very large on subscription. We have, I think, 1 or 2 very small products. We're really focusing on the then and there. You get a reward then and there, or you get that promotion keeps changing by the month or by the week or by the day at times. So honestly, I think we've not had a large impact because of that.
Thank you so much. I think those were the two questions that people wanted answer to, but it's great to have you. And thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much, Sadashiv. Before we start our next session, we request our audience and delegates to please visit our partner booths at the exhibit center. Up next, we have our second session of the day titled Enabling Hyper Personalized Experiences Using AI. For this, we invite Sudeep Singh, Head of Business, SAP Customer Experience, India, South Asia. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Unfortunately, I can't see you. I can see only my face. So pardon if I stop in between. It's really distracting. So I think we are in very exciting times. Everything around us is changing. We have the privilege to watch everything in fast forward. We saw e-commerce progress accelerate 5 years in 5 weeks. Social behaviors are changing, business models are changing, and more importantly, we as consumers are changing. And that is driving the change in the way we reach out to consumers as marketers, right? So, and we clearly see certain brands doing better than the others. And everyone has the equal opportunity, but why is that certain brands connect more than the others, right? I think we need to delve deeper into that. And one way to look at is from the perspective of customer effort. This is one single lens which you can apply everywhere. Customer effort means how easy you make it for your customer to interact with you. How easy it is to interact with your brand, to talk to your brand, to give feedback to your brand, and to continue the relationship with your brand. I think this one single lens applies to both online, offline. It applies to the way we reach out to our customers, the way we design our campaigns, the way we design our offers on the channels which we reach, right? At a deeper level, if we go one level deeper, it also applies to the kind of processes we have to deal with our customers. What is my actual way to sell? How long is the sell cycle? How much time I take to respond to customer queries, right? How I respond to their constraints or the issues they are facing, right? And at an even deeper level, it also applies to the way I'm designing my products and services. So if we put this lens across, this leads to a different way to look at personalization, which means I need to align with the way I talk, the way I communicate, the way I interact, and the way I design my product or service itself, to align with the customer behavior. While we mostly talk of personalization only from the marketer perspective, but I think it goes much deeper, and it goes to a deeper level of the way business is aligned with the marketing function and vice versa. Today's service is looked at as a profit center, not just as a customer service, cost center. So if service is a channel for you to drive new sources of revenue, maybe cross sell, upsell, right? How are you tapping those channels as a marketer? What are your tools to reach? How do you listen to the customers on those channels? I think that's absolutely critical. So coming back to the point of personalization, right? So personalization is all about how easy we make it for our customers. So how do we make it easy? I think we start with making easy UIs, easy UX, easier interfaces. We make it easy for them to reach us on social media, right? What else? How do we make it further easier? I think the other element of making easy is if I know in advance, right, what my customer wants. If I can anticipate that this is what they want at this point in time, right? And with our ability to listen to our consumers real time in today's time, that is what constructs hyper personalization. If I know exactly what my customer wants, when they want, and if I have the ability to deliver that particular product or service at the same moment. That is what hyper personalization is all about. So it is synonymous with technology. So there are three main pillars of hyper personalization, which we will talk about. One is the ability to listen to the customer real time. Second is the element of human behavior, how we process the data which we have about the customer to make sense out of it, to anticipate what that customer would want. I think that is where the element of machine learning comes in. It is not humanly possible for anyone to do it manually. That is not even an option. So real-time processing of human behavior using machine learning to know exactly what the customer wants and when they want it. That is what hyper personalization is all about. So what constructs hyper personalization? So what is it, how do you begin, where do you begin, and how to start about it, and how to look at it holistically? So I think the most widely talked currency to hyper personalize or even personalize is data, right? We all use this, we throw it all the time, right? Data is oil, data is money, data is what fuels today's economy. But do we really look at it that way? Do we really practice it? I think that's what we need to question for ourselves. So whenever a customer interacts with our brand, they are sharing a piece of data about themselves. And as we build interactions, it leads to a final financial exchange customer pays us in return for what we deliver as a product or a service, which we call as transaction. But I think we need to really question that. The places where customer doesn't pay us, we just call it an interaction. I think that concept needs to change. Every interaction with the customer is a transaction. Every interaction customer is giving a piece of data. And are we really measuring? Are we really even accounting for it? That what am I giving to the customer in return? If customer shares a piece of data, do they expect a personalized experience at a later point in time or instantly at that very time? I think that accounting of every interaction as a transaction of data. And at the same time, it also allows us as a brand to evaluate whether the data being shared with us, is it really useful to us? Because what we really want to achieve is not just to know our customer, which is identifying them across channels and who they are and when they interacted with us, but it's more, we have to graduate from that with what we call as know your customer, to know what your customer wants. I think this is the want part, which is the most important and crucial if you really want to go a level deeper into personalization and to be in a state where you're striving to get hyper personalized. So I think that accounting of data is absolutely crucial. This also leads to another area which is very controversial. Sometimes also there's a lot of regulation around it, which is consent, customer consent. So if I look at from a transaction perspective, if a customer is knowingly sharing a piece of data in return for some experience, some material experience which a brand should articulate, I think the consent comes in by design. At the same time, for the brand is able to filter the relevant data outright when the data exchange is happening. I think this brings in a huge efficiency. This brings consent by design, builds trust in the brand by design from the customer. So you don't look at it consent as a regulation forced on you, but rather a way to build more trust and use it as a differentiator. So I think the summary would be that we need to have ROI for every transaction of data which we're having with the customer. So taking this concept forward, I think if it's about it's about ease of customer effort, and it's about getting right data to achieve that ease. So how do we do that? What is preventing us? Why certain brands are able to do it while others struggle to achieve it? So I think it's about how we are structured within our organizations. How do we, because most large organizations historically, and that's what the efficiency driver was in earlier times, was to have a separate function for a separate process. A customer service is a customer service organization with a customer service head. Marketing is a separate organization with a marketing head, and sales is totally separate. And today we have CDOs driving the e-commerce channels totally separately from the other three. I think at a certain level, all this needs to come together. The silos need to be broken. So unless we break those silos, unless we unify the quest to achieve ease of customer effort and consistently across every channel, I think we will struggle to achieve a state of hyper-personalization. So, and another dimension which I want to add about hyper-personalization is, I think, again, we talk about customer retention, customer churn all the time. But, and this, if you put it all together, we define this as loyalty, right? How long can a customer be my customer persistently? So if you see loyalty, again, going back to our lens of customer effort, I think if you see loyalty from that perspective, the moment another brand makes it easier for the customer to consume same product or service, customer will switch. So I think that's how you need to look at loyalty. And if we take that lens again to the way we work, right? So hyper personalization is not a particular snapshot or a state of point in time. It's a quest to make sure you remain easy to interact with your customers in perpetuity. I think that's what hyper personalization is all about. So and now if you go by that definition, and if you have to constantly make it easy for customers to interact with you more and faster than the competition, right? So you need technology at the core. You need ability to listen to the customer real time. You need ability to process transaction happening in any function of your organization and use it to talk back to the customer. You need to anticipate what a customer wants, and your offers, your communication, your any interaction or transaction, as we called it, needs to be perfectly aligned with that expectation of the consumer, right? Now, predicting expectation becomes the core, and constantly aligning your entire processes, your entire backend of the organization to support that, bringing entire organization to support that, 1:1 expectation of that customer is the quest, what we define as hyper personalization. And I think the other dimension to look at, and we talk about digital natives all the time, and I think this, if you apply this lens, you will also be able to answer why digital natives are doing this faster than the traditional enterprise. It's simply because they are able to build their products, services, and processes which are totally aligned to what customer expects. And they have the agility to modify it in real time. I think that is the quest we need to achieve in all our enterprises, in all our brands, in all our endeavors in selling any product or service. I think that's absolutely crucial. So if you see this, can you achieve this without technology? The answer is no. I think we all know that. And if you look at the kind of technologies available out there, right, you will see each technology solving a piece of the puzzle. Somebody will help you, predict on how customer respond to a communication, what will be their click rate, what will be the page per views. Some others will help you manage customer service, right? How fast I respond to my customer, how I meet the SLAs, how I am responding to them. And then there is a third kind of technology which you will be using to measure something called a net promoter score or the customer feedback. I think the most important criteria for you to succeed is if you're able to bring all these technologies together. And these are synonymous with the functions you have within the organization. And you as marketer I would say, are at the core to bring this change because you have first-hand interaction with the customer. You're closest to the customer and you are the most agile in understanding their needs. I think that needs to flow back, and you will see more and more the moment you try and synergize and bring everybody together within your organization. I think that's where you will tend to move towards hyper personalization. I think that's the quest we all need to have within our brands. And coming to the AI part, I think when we have millions of data points, millions of consumer interacting on zillions of channels, right? You need machine learning to to kind of look at the customer the way you look actually as human look at the customers, right? So your machines need to adapt to your brand's behavior, and that's where machine learning comes in. And that is what will be the differentiator for you in the marketplace. Everyone can buy a piece of technology. Everyone can put every organization, every brand has access to these technologies at the core. But it's not just putting them at the core. It's about making them learn about your brand and how you look at your consumers, and then constantly building on that. I think the real differentiator in hyper personalization would be your approach towards machine learning and AI. So it's not just a tech subject anymore. I think machine learning is completely mainstream, and it's a business issue. It's a board level discussion, how you're using machine learning. And coming back to the fact that we all talk about ethical use of machine learning. So if we build consent by design, and if you now look everything in one context, and if I try to summarize what we just talked about, so ability to personalize in real time for the brand through the data they have shared knowingly in expectation of a return of a service, and applying the lens and the filter of machine learning, which is your differentiation in the marketplace. And if you put all together, that is what makes you succeed. So I think this is what I wanted to clarify these foundations first, because that is where the answer lies to differentiation and succeeding in the marketplace. So moving forward, right? So like we discussed, it's the orchestration of these technologies along with machine learning, which makes a key difference. And all these factors put together, your synergies with the technology you have and the business models which you are trying to establish will define how quickly you can go to market, how effective you are both in online and offline channels. And if you compare online versus offline, right, same lens applies. There are certain products which we are more comfortable as consumers. It's easy for us to buy offline, and we've still not shifted online for that. Whereas there are others which makes it so easy for us to buy online, we just don't consider offline as an option, right? I think this lens is the single most important lens. Customer experience should be equal to customer effort, period. I mean, it's not about jazzy UIs or cutting edge, apps or anything. It's about the ease of transacting with your brand. So we at SAP are, following these principles, and that's how we are designing our offerings. And similarly, we apply this to ourselves as well. We understand what you need as a marketer, right? And that's what we are building our tech stack all about. And we are already working with some of the leading brands like Puma and Nike, and making a huge difference in this space where they are, really seeing a sea change in the kind of customer engagement they are having, and the way they are driving footfalls on their online assets, and the way they are actually, increasing conversions. And one of the factors, which we are trying to measure with one of these brands is, what is the automation revenue? So if I automate and if I give certain tasks to machine learning, what is that contribution of revenue which, technology is driving? I think that's going to be a very, very important parameter for you to look at going forward. We have our traditional sales, we have our sales teams, we have our physical channels, we have our e-commerce, but within e-commerce, what is completely automated? Like even from the fulfillment perspective, right? So I think these are very, very important principles, and we are trying to enable all the marketers in the marketplace to kind of imbibe these in their organizations. And SAP has been at the core of multiple organizations for decades now. I think it's time to bring everything together and make the brands really sharper in personalizing or hyper personalizing, in this quest for hyper personalization, and making them successful in this quest, right? That's what SAP is striving to do. And we will look forward to working with you, some of those brands. And I think this is what I wanted to cover about. Quickly, I'll summarize. It's the customer effort, ease of engaging with the customer, predicting in real time what customer wants and when they want it, and your ability to deliver it in real time. That's what hyper personalization is. And building consent by design in data, and your data needs to tell you what customer wants. And I think this is how I want to summarize, and this is what I wanted to cover in short. So any questions, anything, I wish this was an interactive session, but any questions, anything I can answer for you, I'll be happy to do so. I think certain processes are still manual. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but not see you.
Hi, Sudeep. Thank you so much, Sudeep. I don't think we have any more questions right now.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for this opportunity, and have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you so much, Sudeep. Thank you. With this, we move on to the first fireside chat of the day on building a digital brand. We will be talking about Zomato's success journey from focusing on building the service to creating an interesting conversation with consumers through newsletters. And for this, we have Chandan Mendiratta, Head Brand Marketing, Zomato. This session will be moderated by Anushri Bhattacharya, editor, brand and marketing fe.com. Over to you, Anushri.
Hi and welcome, Chandan. It's good to have Zomato this year, especially on the back of the IPO. One of the first, I think, digital brands after Nazara to go for the IPO stint. It was quite, I think it created quite a buzz. After a long time, I saw the kind of interest in the market because yours is a brand made digitally, created digitally, and driven digitally, truly in many aspects. So, if I have to ask you, can you talk about the brand journey from the time you started to the challenges that you faced, especially in a country like India, where I think when you guys started, it was the startup phenomena. You were one of the early startups to, initiate that journey. So, how has it been?
I think anything that I say would not justify the journey in the first place. We've come a long way. It's been an amazing journey from the day we started in 2008 to where we are today. However, one thing that has always stayed with us is we've always been a social first brand. So we've always been on social. We have done, but last few years have been phenomenal in many aspects. I think we learned a lot of lessons in the first few years, which we drove aggressively in the last few years.
Yeah, I have been one of those journalists writing on Zomato. So I know it has been quite a ride for you guys. Speaking of being active on social, when you opted for your marketing strategy, it is very interesting in India as a country, especially. You see, print and television is a very perception-driven medium, right? If you want to reach or if you want to establish, or like you say, if you want to win the trust of the consumer, you have to be present on print or TV. Otherwise, the trust is not there. So when you opted about your media strategy, I remember for a very long time you were on digital, right? You first communicated to people on social, like you said, through many campaigns on digital, whether it was pure performance or whether it was something else. And then you gradually moved to TV, right? So how did you take that journey? Because again, and do you think by this time that today you are a very well-established player, I think after those 10 long years, the perception has changed a bit because we as a consumer has also evolved.
First of all, brand usage has increased tremendously in the last few years. And hence it made sense to go beyond performance marketing. While we were on TV during that time also, but not as frequent as we are today. Digital is growing, but I agree with you when you say TV is a medium, like TV still holds very important part in our lives.
Yeah.
And TV is where a brand gets approval.
Yeah.
Right. So I agree with you. That's still the case. However, with and digital conversation can be very, very transactional or performance oriented. So I agree with you. But lately, what the trend that we have seen is the connected TV as an OTT. This the line is disappearing. So people are now watching digital content on their smart TVs like it's a regular TV. So small screen viewing will now shift to smart TV viewing anyway. So OTTs on big TVs, I think it's a way to go.
So today, yeah, sorry, please continue.
This year, in fact, we were aggressive on TV. We've done 5 campaigns already, and print we keep doing. We've always been active on print. This year we did one massive print in July, where we did with the National English Daily 45 editions across the country, and where each copy was customized to the region, the city that the edition was going in. So we've always been active on print.
But when it comes to ROI, you think digital still holds a better merit because everything is accounted. But now, on your own point, that there is connected TV and there's a lot of buzz around that, right? How much you think as a brand you will be able to leverage TV in a lot better manner than you used to when I compare it to linear TV?
With time, with us, able to measure more things, us putting on OTT and going on, and we're able to monitor performance. I think the future looks very bright in terms of spending right and measuring right.
For a brand which is so active on social, and I've seen and digital, I remember very especially, I think one day at work we were talking about one of those newsletter which said biryani le lo or something like that, so it's a very quirky way of talking to the consumer. So like I said, for a brand which is so active on digital and social, there's also a flip side that you can draw the consumer angst or anger anytime, or the backlash for something that you're not prepared. And it could be a very smallest thing, right, which you would have never thought about it. So how you handle those backlashes these days?
So every communication that we send out keeps the customer in mind. We always think about what is our customer thinking. I mean, not these days, but today, right at this moment. And that's why our communication, social media is very relevant in the moment. See, customers transact with brands, but customers fall in love or relate themselves to a brand persona. So what is that brand persona? If you were to see Zomato as a person, what does this person look like? What does this person think like? And very importantly, this person is growing with time. This person is learning. This person is loving from the love and the mistakes that were highlighted. So, I mean, it's all part of the game. We're building that brand persona. We do get our brickbats, but we learn from it and move on.
So if I have to see Zomato is a person, is that on that thought or on that methodology, do you also devise your app? Do you also create your app? The app, do you look at app as a product which should be talking to the consumer, which should be understanding the consumer, because you kind of have all kind of data from all your consumer, like at one point what he or she is ordering or what they would like to. So how do you use that app as a person to talk to the consumer? Because this is where your first party data comes and your understanding of the consumer behavior comes in, right?
Obviously, your app experience is customized to you as someone who orders. When you go on Zomato, you see the order again rail, right? That's very relevant to you. Your search feed is also customized to you. How you search, what kind of cuisines you like, what kind of restaurants you like to visit. So obviously, our app is designed to make your ordering experience better. And obviously, over the years, we have simplified the app navigation to get to your answer in a much effective way. The problem in front of us is that how do we make it work for a 70 plus or a 14 plus, seamlessly place order through us. And in fact, now we are personalizing it, in 6 regional languages. So product first approach for a customer first service. That's what that's what keep us all night. Yeah.
So having on that note, I realized that you guys have started something that I can leave a voice note for the delivery guy to whether to keep my food at the doorstep or you would like to be. So, and the reason I want to ask you this, because I've been hearing, I mean, there's a lot of buzz in the market about voice in developing apps. like you were saying, you're developing in 6 more languages, right? Do you think over a period of time, you'll also have voice playing a key role within the app? Because the next set of Indians who are supposed to come online, it is said that they will heavily depend on voice as compared to read, because these are the new set of Indians who are coming online for the first time.
I think so, yes. But I believe till that point, till the time we reach there, there's a lot to happen. I think in terms of our current customers, I think we're still scratching the surface. There's a lot to happen before we get there. When you talk about the voice instructions, that's voice directions that's on the app, it's designed so that you have to have minimal calling. In India, actually addresses are very complex.
Yeah.
Sometimes the gate is closed, certain gate is closed, the maps wouldn't know. So we want a minimal calling experience for our customers. It's amazing when the food comes to you without anybody calling you. You know, you get a notification on your phone that the food is at your doorstep. No calling happens. I think it's a seamless experience. We are driving towards it. Minimal calling definitely increases customer experience. And yeah, that's why we developed that feature.
That's interesting. The other thing I wanted to ask was about your restaurant partners. You know, you would have 2 categories. I mean, those restaurants where you have the Zomato, I think the restaurant experience, which is one part of your product. One is your takeaway experience, right? How did you use both these, partners to drive that word of mouth? Because I'm sure your partner experience has to be equally better for the product to work and grow with time.
So yeah, I think you're talking about dining versus delivery.
Dining versus takeaway, yeah.
Yeah. So when you go to a restaurant, obviously we have a restaurant BTL that when you see, there is a push-pull sticker that you see. There is a we deliver sticker that you see. Obviously, at that point of time, we tell that we are on Zomato. We obviously work very close with our restaurant partners. In fact, during wave 1 and wave 2, during last 1.5 years, we got many delivery dining only players on delivery as well, because delivery was the only use case during that time. So we onboarded a lot of new players who never thought they would be onboarded delivery during this time. One interesting thing, how we used our restaurant partners to spread positivity or spread. So when wave 2 hit, I mean, we know what happened in the country. We placed greeting cards. So we gave restaurant partners greeting cards to be put in every order. And these greeting cards talked about hope, light at the end of the tunnel. Our customers wanted to hear that point of time that everything will be all right. And I think it got great mention on social media. A lot of people shared pictures on Insta, Facebook, and other social media platforms. So we leveraged our restaurant partners to spread hope, positivity at the time when the country needed it the most.
I agree. Yeah, I think especially from dining to takeaway, the experience changed from the fact that you got a lot of premium restaurants now delivering, right? Which wasn't there earlier, right? And I think that has been a significant change now in the entire scheme of things. Okay, if I have to ask you something, I mean, I know there was this huge drive that you guys also took upon about the vaccination drive. Right now, I can also see which is a rider who is vaccinated, and those two I remember. And one of the interesting aspects that is there on the product is you give an entire life cycle about a rider. Like the rider has family, he's supporting. That's a very interesting take. I think that's where you make the rider an emotional part of the consumer journey, right? What was the thought behind it? Because it is very, see, for us, the rider, from a consumer point of view, the rider is a delivery person who's coming and keeping the food, right? But when I start reading about the rider, then I realized, okay, there is a human angle to it. The brand becomes more humane. So what was the thought behind it when you started doing that?
See, it's as customers, we have to understand that every order makes a difference. Whenever we place an order, we're providing employment to many such partners. A real opportunity to make money in this. When adding these delivery partner stories, it slightly moves from a transactional to an emotional, a human connect. While most of us may not, even talk to the delivery partner, but some do. We heard of many stories in summers where people would keep water outside or snacks outside. So these stories continue to happen. Obviously, over time, this will grow as delivery coming to your house become part and parcel. We would start interacting more emotionally with the partners who deliver. And I think the thought about it not being a transactional but an emotion accentuated more during the last 1.5 years, when we realized that while we were all safely tucked in, delivery partners across the country were plying on the roads and ensuring that we don't go out. So I think it's important that we understand that yes, it's making a difference, and there is more to just a transaction.
Understood. So now that we have almost seen Zomato in the country for a decade, we have talked about it. It's got its IPO also done. How do you see the brand evolving from here, especially when you're saying that we want it to be more a brand which has a lot of emotional connect with the consumer? So how do you go about building the brand from here, which is, while the transaction is a huge part of it, but there has to be an emotional connect, also from the point of view that you guys are driving a subscription business, right? And in India, we have seen the churn in subscription business, in the sense that users generally tend to fall off and come back only when they need that service, right? So how do you build that entire ecosystem? Because I think the human connect will keep your user to the product and not allow them to go.
So we stray away from transactional approaches of branding. For example, see, offers are great for the category. Offers are important, but talking about it every time, it's not. As the category has evolved over these years, people know about the offers. In fact, we were the first one to introduce offers in third quarter of 2018, when we launched No Cooking Sunday.
Yeah.
We didn't start with saying, offers galore, or we didn't say, we didn't go, the gluttony way.
I've never seen you guys offering very deep discounting.
So discounts are great on Zomato, but we don't talk about it often because we think that's kind of taking us away from the experience that we are offering. Again, when we talk about offers are transactional, but the experience is more than just a transaction, right? And in fact, this is a customer first approach. Customers don't like to admit that they ordered because of an offer.
Yeah.
They ordered because they wanted to, and hence the No Cooking property has stood with us all these 3 years. It still is relevant. We still keep bringing it. In fact, this July we ran No Cooking July. So No Cooking continues to be with us because the customer first insight and not transactional. So we keep thinking about, what is the customer thinking? What should it be? What should the property be called? What should the campaign that we ran early this year? And that's what we truly stand for. That for us, every customer is a star.
Understood. But what are the challenges in this market? I mean, you have got your ground solid, but as a brand which has been here for a decade now, what are the challenges in the next step?
So when you look at how many meals, so for us, the biggest competition is not the competition that you think there is.
Okay.
The biggest competition is home cooked food.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because you roughly order 5 to 6 times a month. However, you consume about 90 to 100 meals a month.
Yeah.
There's a huge way to go, even if we don't talk about new users coming to the category, but existing customers, increasing their frequency. So there is a huge headroom. How do we drive conversation which increases the frequency? Cover more use cases of ordering. If you recall your ordering habits, you mostly order on a weekend, on a Sunday,
kind of Friday night.
Dinner.
Yeah, Friday night or a Sunday night. Yeah.
Saturday lunch, Saturday dinner, Sunday brunch, and Sunday dinner.
Yeah.
We're talking about 5 use cases only. Why not a breakfast on a Monday morning? You can get your coffee piping hot in about 20 to 30 minutes from your favorite restaurant, delivered to you by the time you get ready. So by the time you start getting ready, when you order the coffee, by the time you're ready, assuming that you get ready in 20, 30 minutes, your coffee will be there at your doorstep, hot, with your maybe your favorite croissant. So there are more use cases to unlock, and that's what we'll be driving towards.
Your the sentence of getting a hot coffee brings me to the point. I mean, I don't know how much you would agree to it, but there was a time I remember India as a market is not, had never warmed up to the idea of ready to eat meals, right? It was something thought to be a very Western phenomena that you come from work, you take out the frozen food and just put the bowl in the oven and heat it and eat it. We have seen some of the very large companies trying to build that space until COVID happened, right? And now there is this culture of takeaway within Indians, I think, and it's only growing with time. Just one thing, what makes me think is as an user, do you think pricing can be a factor at one point in time, or will it only be about experience, given India is a very price conscious market?
Definitely, pricing would play a huge role. Currently, you spend about 200 to 400 rupees on every meal that you order on Zomato.
Yeah.
If these were to be brought down, whichever way,
yeah,
you would start ordering more.
Correct.
If you're able to spend just 100 rupees on your morning coffee, I don't see a reason, or maybe tea, whatever is relevant to you. I don't think a reason why you would not start ordering tea or coffee in the morning. You have ordered tea, but you probably have not ordered tea for breakfast on a Monday morning.
No, I have actually ordered tea at work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're able to get your coffee on Monday morning or tea on Monday morning, I think that's a good key to unlock, the lock to open, right?
Yeah, I just hope we reach that space, because that would be evolution of a different kind.
Yeah.
At the same time, you think there is something besides this, anything which is left untapped for Zomato to look into it, and you will be looking into it? I mean, don't give me the business secrets, but something that you could share with us.
I won't be able to share a lot, but for example, there's a huge opportunity in terms of, currently Zomato or any food delivery app is seen as, a binge app, or, when you have cravings, you could order 100 times a month and still, be healthy. You can, it's not about the food that you eat. It's about what you do after you've eaten.
After the meal, yeah.
Right. So if you're able to build that, if you're able to establish that ordering from Zomato can be healthy, and you can order 100 times a month and still be in amazing shape, that would be awesome. And that's possible. Like I order, I think 4 to 5 times a week, at least.
I was coming to that. How many times do you guys order from Zomato?
On a weekend, I would definitely order at least 3-4 times, and during the week another 2-3 times. That's what I order. So roughly 5 to 6 times a week.
Okay.
So what my weekly frequency is, what the average customer frequency for a month is. But you have to know what you eat, and that's the way to go. You can eat anything you want.
Okay, on a lighter note, do you also order from competition, or is it only Zomato?
So I haven't ordered on the competition app since I joined Zomato.
Okay.
I've ordered once, but only to see the experience. Somehow I'm not able to, and over time, it's not about, I'm married to Zomato. Obviously I am, super loyal. That's there. But you also get used to a UI.
Yeah.
And you find the other app cumbersome to use. And not say, why is this app like this? Why can't it be simple the way my app is? So you get used to a UI and then you stick with it.
Okay, as we are running short of time, one last message you have for the upcoming startups who are now starting their journey and will look forward building their brand. So what should they do and what should they definitely not do?
I think it'll be too preachy for me to say what to do, what not to do. I'll have a simple message, not wanting to be preachy here. Know your brand persona. What do you want people to remember you with? And I'm not saying stick to it, but like I mentioned, grow your brand persona as you see your brand grow. What we thought 13 years ago, obviously the brand is somewhat like that, but it has grown tremendously. So brand persona grows with the person driving it. So there has to be, an anchor to the brand persona. Usually is the founder, CEO, who's the anchor to the brand persona, because marketing folks can come and go. But the CEO or the founder, keeps the anchor in place of the brand persona. And I think that has worked beautifully for us.
But in your case, I think the product has also has been able to have a persona which has been able to keep your users loyal, right?
Exactly. So if you think about Zomato, both the product and marketing are closely driven by the founder, and hence the brand persona.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
Should one be a maverick startup, or there has to be some sensibility in while building up a startup? Because I remember there was a time when there was a lot of talk about cost of customer acquisition, cost of retention versus your, building a startup which was chasing high goals. So how do you look at that cycle?
See, when you talk about customer acquisition, the customer acquisition can come from, obviously comes from marketing, but I'm not talking about product as of now. But customer acquisition, the ways of reducing your CAC. For example, social media can be engagement on social media can be a great tool to reduce your CAC. Like our social media team is in-house. We do not work with an agency for a social media team, and that's what keeps us tight, relevant, and we cut across social media platforms. So we would be talking something about on LinkedIn, which will not be going on Instagram, because Instagram would have a different audience than LinkedIn. So our post on LinkedIn will be more LinkedIn-like, and a post
more
on
business
Instagram,
oriented, because that's what the community is about.
Yeah, and community building can happen great. It can happen very well on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen our recent video that's doing very well with the great Kali.
Yeah.
Right, it's doing well. That's one way of us keeping on top of the mind. Whenever you think of food, there's only one name that should come to your mind, right?
Yeah. Tell me one thing. I wanted to ask you about this thing. You said something about cost of customer acquisition versus retention is something. It also goes down, right, over a period of time. And you said you don't have an agency for social media. Do you have an agency for your advertising, or you go by the project? Because that is something, and I'm not asking your business plan. What I'm asking is, often I've heard now agencies saying that clients have become very picky in what they want to protect and how they want to protect. And I'm just trying to compare it with a traditional company like Levers, which will have an agency stuck by it for next 2020, I mean, for a 2025 odd years, and they would not move the agency because the vastness of the business. But in your case, would you like to go with, you like to experiment, or you also would like to have somebody who has understood the brand persona and would not move? How does that part work?
The pros and cons to both. We currently don't have an agency on record. We currently work with a couple of agencies based on the project that we have. There's no right answer to it. Again, working with an agency is good because they know the brand persona, and they can help you take you to the brand arc that you want to be at, right? So they can help you trace the brand arc. For us, currently we are driving that brand arc internally, and there are no right answers to it. We as an organization, we are more agile, and we feel that keeping it in-house definitely helps with the agility.
Okay, sorry, I said last question once, so I'm going to repeat myself. Last question one last time. When you hire somebody in your marketing team, and you have played several roles within Zomato, right? What is that one person you look in the next, I don't know, in the next marketing head or the brand head, or somebody who would have the potential to be good CMOs, because a good CMO can drive, can take the brand up, or can sink it, like they say. So what is the thing that you look at?
So at Zomato, I think it's very important to gauge the passion. And I know passion is a loosely worded term thrown around everywhere, but uh, uh, how excited one is. You can see in the body language. What someone brings to the. There's a lot of obviously in terms of what does the CV look like. There's a lot can happen on the CV, but what does the person bring on the table? What is the passion? How excited this person is to come together and chart that journey with you. That's how you look at it. If that person is interesting, you would love to have a beer with that person. That person should do well.
And order it from Zomato, but you don't serve liquor as of now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Chandan. Thanks a lot for spending time with us. It's nice to have the Zomato story in the second edition of BrandWagon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anushree. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chandan, for sharing your story. In our next session titled Addressing the Needs of New Age Consumers, we welcome Hemant Malik, Divisional Chief Executive, Foods Division ITC. The session will be moderated by Roshan Pavaiya, Editor, FE Digital. Over to you, Roshan.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Welcome, Hemant. Nice to meet you. And I think this is the order of the day now, virtual meeting where, I think the consumer also has been used to this
I'm
now
not
for a
able
year,
to hear you, Roshan.
last year and a half. Can you hear me now?
God.
Is the audio better now? Because I can hear and see you, Hemant.
Sorry, I can't. I'm not able to hear, Roshan.
Hear me now? Is it better?
I can see you now. Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to hear me? Now can you
Yes, I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Ah,
Yes, I can
wonderful.
hear you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I was just in fact talking about technology, saying, how technology has changed our lives, and technology sometimes makes things a little difficult also for you. And I think that this has probably been one of the most often used phrases in the last 2 years. You're on mute. I can't hear you. But I guess now things are changing. Similarly, I guess it's been an interesting time even for you at ITC Foods. The entire pandemic has probably worked in your favor also to an extent, because a lot of the ordering went online, and you all opened your ITC e-store just about at the before lockdown started. So how has that experience been? If you could just start off with that.
Yeah, I think, good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me here to be part of this event, and I'm really excited. See, the pandemic happened, and food industry is essential, right? And it took a little time for the government to actually say, okay, food industry can start operating. And at that time, it became so important to make sure that your units can start operating. It's a little time away, you don't realize, but there was a huge amount of fear in everybody's mind, right? For you to be able to motivate your people in the shop floor to come to the factory, to make sure that, they're there, and, that we are giving them all the safety protection that is possible at that point of time, to make sure that your supply chains can run, that your raw material should be there, that your packaging material should be there, that the trucks should be there. I think it was a very, very high intense, period of time. And I believe that organizations which had a higher degree of agility were able to actually, do so much better. And we had one of the finest quarter that particular year. And I think it's all credit to the team, which rallied and made sure that, and I think we made it into like a mission, saying that if we don't provide the atta, what will consumers eat at home? So, right. So it's not only the health workers who are doing a year-month service, it's even you who are doing the same service, because if you are not going to be there, if your product are not going to reach people's houses, they won't have any food, what they would prefer to eat, so to say. So I think, so that was there. Coming specifically to your question on the ITC e-store, I think it was, we were discussing in our minds that we should have a place where we can actually talk about the brand. So it had actually been developed more as a brand platform rather than a commerce platform. But the situation happened, and the shops were all shut. There were shops were opening for a very small number of hours. We actually started sending what we call ITC store on wheels. So that's the first thing that we started. So we would take a truck with all the food items, and with our portfolio is so large and wide that it reaches a particular colony or a housing complex, and they would get your atta and biscuits and noodles and juice and snacks and everything. So that was there, and then we said, let's pivot our commerce site and make it into as much as an e-commerce site that we can actually do. There was a huge amount of learning because you had to get your whole supply chain organized. The demand suddenly went up. We learned a lot in terms of how to and I think it's a platform that started then, but now it's become a regular part for us because see, we have about 800 SKUs. Right across our food product business, our personal care, our stationery. It's not all outlets can't have these 800 SKUs, right? But this is one place where everything is available. We are able to launch all the new products we launch on our e-store. We get a lot of consumer feedback, and we get to know, and therefore we are able to use that to estimate what kind of demand could be there for those products. So it's been quite a exciting journey. I think we are available at all the metros. It's called itcstore.in. So you can log in and see it.
But what kind of experience difference are you seeing from the traditional supermarket experience that a consumer is used to, and now I think in the last year and a half, not just ITC but a lot of your competing apps have also really flourished, because this was probably the only avenue for the consumer to get his regular staples at home during the lockdown. So what kind of shift in experience are you seeing post that? Because now the supermarkets have also opened again, and your products are competing for the same space that competing products are on the shelves in supermarkets. So what kind of consumer experience difference are you seeing from the online experience versus the store?
I think it's a very good question, Roshan. And in fact, I was speaking to one of the large retailers, and I was saying that from when a modern trade store pre-COVID and modern trade store post-COVID, right? How are we going to look at differently from a consumer perspective? And so I'm just going to put what I think is different. I think when I want my day-to-day grocery, when I know exactly what I want to buy, it's much easier for me to order online. And I think the online service is becoming better and superior, 15 minutes promises, 20 minutes promises, but at least certainly the next day, you have it outside. But therefore, now when I want to go to modern trade, I need to go and have more experience. I need to see the wider range of new offerings that are coming in. Because in food, you're always looking at finding what is new in the market, what is something new. And the food trends have also been evolving, right? And I think if you look at the COVID itself, implications in terms of looking for more health products, immunity-based product, consumer actually reading the label in much more detail to say what is inside. A lot of changes happened in terms of wanting to cook at home, and therefore the solutions for that. So I think the modern trade store will have to evolve much more towards showing the variety, so that when I walk into that aisle, I should see something new. I should have experience centers where I can actually try something new, so that then I can, once it reaches a regular part of my portfolio, I'm sure I'll be able to order either from my neighboring Kirana store or from e-com. And I think one more aspect is the neighboring Kirana has become even more important, right? And that is because modern trade took a long time to be allowed to be open, but you were relying between your e-com and the neighboring Kirana. And actually the first guy was the neighboring Kirana. And therefore, in the neighboring Kirana store, the portfolio, your service level, your ability to, in fact, some of them are now also becoming more, they are creating their own e-com sites in a manner of speaking, or using WhatsApp in a wide way, in large way, so that, you can order it and you have that comfort, the person, and, you're able to get it. So there is a lot of evolution happening in the retail space as well.
Right. But do you see a much bigger opportunity for branding online compared to the traditional way of advertising, where you had display ads near the counters or on the aisles? Do you see a better opportunity online, or is it a little more competitive now because you're actually competing for screen space?
So I think the media continues to evolve, right? And I think when I'm saying there are two parts of media. One is we're talking about from a digital media perspective. Second is we're talking about e-com. So there are two aspects to it. If I talk to the first one in terms of how the shift has taken place from spending on television, towards going on to online. In my portfolio of products, you'll be surprised to know that my largest share of spend on digital happens on Atta. Right? One would think that it could be for your, Youthi brand and snacks brand and stuff like that, but no, because it's no longer is digital media limited only to, so to say, as you call the new age consumer, and we'll talk about my perspective on new age consumer, because it's opened up. The housewife are also there. She's also looking at it. She also wants to understand recipe. They've all got exposed to how, it happens on YouTube, and therefore the spends have to follow where the consumer eyeballs are. That is right, and that's the way it will be. The second is that the e-com media spend. I think what is happening is that, one of the biggest challenges for marketing is to understand which part of your investment gives results, right? And this whole, we keep on hearing about that 50% of my, money makes sense, but I don't know which 50%. I think the e-com space is actually giving that a little more, clarity. You are able to see your return on advertising spends. You're able to look at many opportunities in terms of whether you're looking at search, right? And you put your brands on search, whether you look at in terms of display, whether you look at in terms of, what specific features or promotions, how you look at your A+ content. I think a lot of evolution is taking place there as well. And you can see some brands are, may not give you sufficient information. Some brands give you even more information. So it's become a marketing platform as well, right? And I think that is a significant shift that is taking place, because it is making it much more easier for me to buy, even more than at times, if I want to buy a refrigerator and if I get all my questions answered on the site itself, I really don't, need to travel and go to a store and see the same thing for myself. So there is a lot of shift happening, and I think, all brands are doing it. So are our brands, focusing on this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and so that brings us to the question of the new age consumer, because they are so well informed now. There's so many information channels available to them that it's no longer just reliant on one outdoor advertisement or an ad on TV for them to know, which is the new atta in town or the new noodle brand in town. How are you actually reaching out to personalize this experience for the new age consumer? Because they're quite used to getting things now directly. The information is available on the phone straight away. How are you personalizing this experience for the new age consumer now?
So I think there are two parts of the new age consumer, Roshan. And if you've been long enough as I have been in this marketing world, I think we have been talking about new age consumer every 5 years.
Yeah.
So there is a new age consumer, when I was 25 and when I was 30, and so every time there is a new age consumer. So this is another phase of new age consumers as I would look at it. But end of the day, your solutions will therefore need to get, yes, there is a significant shift that has taken place as far as technology is concerned, right? But in terms of value proposition, in terms of product proposition that you are going to be looking at, right? That you have to keep on evolving based upon what the trends are at a point of time. So I would not call it that, there was old age consumer forever and now there is a new age consumer. There is always evolution that will take place. And 5 years later, if we are sitting on this call, there will be another new age consumer, right? Because of some more, maybe AI and ML would have become even more, pervasive, and therefore how you're going to be looking at it. Coming back to your question in terms of, yes, today, because of the whole aspect of personalization, right? And therefore, how are you able to do that? I think, this personalization aspect comes in and brings you in terms of how are you looking at your digitization, right? How are you looking at your first party data? How are you looking at actually having a whole consumer, data? That then only you can actually do one by one. If I have to address cohorts, then it's not a problem, because when I'm doing advertising from cohorts, I can, take help from Google, Facebook, and, look at my own definition and use cohorts. But are you able to actually reach and develop your own data so that you can actually do the personalization that you're talking about? I think for ITC, this journey of digitization, in fact, our chairman is very directly involved in terms of how we are looking at the entire consumer journey on the digitization perspective. So we have made a lot of investments over the last 3-4 years. We do the entire social media monitoring 24/7. We've got a system called Sixth Sense, and we are actually looking, and in fact, that gives us early insights in terms of what is the buzz which is happening, what are some of the trends that we are seeing, and we were able to launch new products. This between when the lockdown happened in, I think, March 26th, right? In 40 days, right? Or 23rd, 24th, yeah, whatever. In 40 days, we had come out with our immunity juice, right? Now, because we were listening and we discovered the huge spike in conversation that was taking place on immunity. After that, of course, every brand came on with their own immunity solution.
This was Be Natural, if I remember.
This is Be Natural immunity juice. Absolutely right. Correct. Right. So that thanks, Roshan. Yeah. So it was Be Natural immunity juice which we will launch, and it is not that we were not working on immunity. We were working on immunity. So we had developed the solution through our life science center, our R&D center, about 3-4 years back. But at that time, when we had done market work, we said, no, there is not much potential for this thing at this point of time. So we were able to use that and and convert and actually put it into the market. So as far as personalization is concerned, from FMCG perspective, I think the whole aspect is about the customer data hub, and we are on the journey. We have a sufficient database. We have the ability across ITC to get data from our hotel business, data from our corporate, data from a lot of consumer interaction, data coming in from ITC e-store. So all of that is now is in one source of data. So entire ITC data is sitting together, which we are looking at leveraging.
Right. So just to take a step back, ITC maybe a couple of decades ago was known only as a cigarette brand, cigarette company, but now you're equally known as a hospitality or a foods company as well, because these divisions have all grown in leaps and bounds. So specifically speaking about the foods division, you now have so many brands which compete with many of the global names out there, whether it's in biscuits or it's in noodles or it's in chocolates. I think that was your latest venture. How have you gone about creating this kind of a brand in I would say a very tough market, wouldn't you think, in the foods market? Because besides the branded products, there's also so many unbranded products to compete with.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that today, we are known as a food company as well, and we are now India's 3rd or 4th largest packaged food business, and we are actually, in our minds, we are still a startup. Right? It's just been. It looks 20 years, looks a long time, but if I were to look at the categories that we've launched, my oldest is Atta, which is about 19 years. Biscuits is about 17, 18 years. My noodles, we got into the business in about 2011, so that's about 10 years. Snacks business was 2007. So we have been actually coming up with newer categories, and as you mentioned, chocolates is more recent one. Every 3 to 4 years, we've, the incubation period takes place, and then you see what comes into the market. I think the most important aspect, from a success, and if you were to look at what has been the recipe of success, I think every success will have its own unique recipe, and I can share with you from an ITC perspective. I think we were able to leverage the multiple strengths of this organization. Right, this was a time we have our hotel business, and which is known, apart from its hospitality, is also known for the best cuisine, best food. Right, so if you go to an ITC hotel, you can be sure that whether it's a North Indian or Pan Asian or any food that you're eating, Bukhara or Peshawari or it'll be the best. We've been in agri business for many years, so we have had the linkages with the farm, right? And when we started our wheat business, we've been going to the same farmer to buy soya. The soya season and wheat season are different. The same farmer grows soya in one season and wheat in the later season. So you had the relationship through our eChopal network.
Yeah.
We've always had a distribution network of trade marketing and distribution setup. So we had the reach thanks to the tobacco business, which we had to. I mean, each of these places you had to add. It's not that you can do the same thing and take it, but you had a base, right? Our focus on R&D, with our R&D, as we call the Life Sciences and Technology Center in Bangalore, right, which works across platforms. So, and the fifth, if I were to say, is the quality focus. Right, that was inherent to whatever ITC does. So our focus in terms of quality, our product testing before launch, our consumer, interactions is of quite a significant order. So, even if I were to, you look at Amazon gives ratings, and you look at Amazon rating, I think, out of my 20 brands, 19 of them are higher than the closest competitor. So we always have, made sure that our product experience is the finest. So that has been, the base that we've used for all our categories. After that, you look at the category, size, and then you have to always come with what is the reason why somebody will buy me. So what is the differentiation that I'm going to bring in, right? Because if, as you rightly said, there are unorganized players, there are already competitors. So why should somebody buy you? So you have to come with a proposition that makes people say, okay, fine, let me try this. So it's a tough journey. Today, I think amongst the top 20 food brands, 4 brands are from ITC: Ashirwad, Sunfeast, Bingo, our snacks brand, and GP Noodles. All of them have become more than 1,000 crore brand quite some time back. So yeah.
So how much of this would you say you had an advantage, in a sense, piggybacking along with your cigarettes business? Because you just mentioned that cigarettes are usually sold in these small corner shops and all that. Did that give you an advantage to at least push your snacks brand like Bingo and maybe Sunfeast and all that in these kind of outlets?
Yeah.
Do you think
I
you
think,
had that advantage?
Yeah, of course, right? Of course, and every organization should leverage its core strengths, right?
Yeah.
But I must highlight one more point that, and you're taking back to because I was part of the food business when we started. So and this was the early question that used to come to us and saying, how can a tobacco company sell food, right? And when we went to the market and when we spoke to the trade, what was very clear is that trade saw ITC as a professional, high quality provider of service and products. That was in the trade's mind. It was not that you're a tobacco or anything like that. So they welcomed us and saying, okay, fine, there is a new player coming. We know ITC. Of course, we were more focused on convenience channels, right? And we launched confectionery that got a huge fillip because of that. But we developed we use the same knowledge and skills of trade marketing and distribution to add grocery stores as well, to add modern trade stores as well.
Right.
Right. And then when e-com started, I think, because that was right, when other companies were already there. So that was in the initial years. But I think now, I think that's absolutely history. We are a food company and a tobacco company and a hotel company.
Right. So since you've been with, I had to bring up this question. You've been with the foods division from the beginning, the early days. Which of your, brands in the foods division did you have the most exciting time building? Was it Ashirwad? Was it Sunfeast? Was it which brand? Yippee?
Yeah. So I think because that's it's a personal question that you've asked me, and now my teams, when they hear this answer, won't be very happy with me. Maybe only one team will be okay with it. Ashirwad, of course, is our largest brand, and it's been built over the years, and market leaders. I think now for the last 15 years we are market leaders, and we have actually grown the category. So that's as far as the Ashirwad story is concerned. GP is more about taking on the challenger. It was a David versus a Goliath kind of a battle, but now we are a very strong number 2. There are states where we are market leaders, right? So
right.
But I think the and Sunfeast biscuits, of course, Dark Fantasy is doing very well. But my favorite is actually Bingo, which is a snacks brand.
I remember the
And
ads. The ads were quite catchy.
right, and I'll tell you the story around that is because when you have to get into a category where there is a very strong single player, which has legacy brand, international brand, they've done almost everything that there is to do. So how do you come in and make a and say, no, I have a right to play in this space, right? And I think we did a couple of things. First of all, we realized that the palette in India is way wider than it is anywhere in the world, and therefore our ability to actually curate many more options, right, in terms of flavors was something that we did. We also picked up newer platform. As I said, I'm coming with potato chips. There are already potato chips. What is the difference? But we looked at, there's a very strong khakra format, which is nice, crispy. And we said, can we convert it into an industrialized format? And that's how the whole area of Mad Angles got created. So that was our differentiation. So we had differentiated product. We came in with some 16 flavors, right? 16 varieties that we were actually going in. It was a supply chain nightmare. That's a separate story for a supply chain session. But that, so we came in with some very different advertising. Right. And that advertising, if you actually go on YouTube and you see those Wongo Pongo and Mad Angles, Glad Bangles ads, they were so different that in a room when I was sharing with my senior management about the ad, there were like 50% people who said, I can't understand what this ad is, while the other 50 said, oh wow, what a great ad. And I think from communication perspective, it is very important to have that, difference, because otherwise you'll get lost in the number of communication that happened. So it was high risk, but with good partnership with Ogilvy, and I think that happened. And in year one itself, and I think maybe it was your newspaper which actually wrote it as the best launch for the year. We had achieved some 7-8% market share in the first year itself. And a very high brand recall. Today in the bridge segment, we are market leaders. We are number 2 in potato chips, certain segments. South, we are actually market leaders in potato chips. So it's an interesting journey, continues.
Okay. So just a last couple of questions, really. So, this was in the early 2000s, but today, with the kind of reach and the number of avenues to reach out to a customer, what would you see doing different if you had to launch a brand like Bingo today?
I think what has happened is that distribution is getting a little more democratized. What I mean by that is that the strength that legacy organizations like ours and other large organizations have is about reaching deep, right? You can go to more a number of outlets, you can go to more number of markets, and that takes a lot of money. But once you have that, that pipe is able to take a large number of products, right? With e-com coming in, I think to that extent it's become much easier for newer players to come in and create a story. So I think, and the consumer is looking for story. So if I have to kind of do it again, I will have to change, instead of going from the mass distribution system, to actually look at this and to see how you can actually disrupt that space, right? In terms of, again, it'll come down to varieties, packaging, consumption occasions, right? One of the things that is coming through is in terms of midnight consumption went up during, so are you able to look at consumption occasions and actually craft solutions for the consumer and be able to communicate it differently? So maybe that would be one shift that can happen.
Okay, and we are almost out of time. So one last question. Foods has been steadily growing. The business has been steadily growing, but ITC still gets a majority of its revenue from cigarettes. When do you see foods actually overtaking the cigarettes division? When will that happen?
Yeah, I think when I look at cigarettes is actually operating. The market sizes, is not very large, In fact, tobacco market is very large, but in India, because the taxations are so high on cigarettes, therefore, the market is not able to grow, by the same rate that any other segment could be growing. Plus, there is a challenge of smuggled cigarettes coming into the place, and people not evading duty and coming onto it.
Right.
When I look at the foods category is a very large category, right? And today, Nielsen says it's about 2.7 lakh crore. The segment that I play in is just about half of that. And as we discuss that every 3 years, 4 years, we look at some new size category and we enter onto it. So I'm going to get growth both from the population growth in terms of market share increases, as well as growth through entering into newer categories.
Right.
So the levers of growth opportunities are much larger, right? But I think we don't kind of really, till you ask this question, I haven't even thought about what is tobacco turnover, and because I'm not competing with the tobacco turnover, I'm competing in the market with other food companies. And, we have made our aspirations very clearly known that we want to become the largest player. And, and that's what, we measure ourselves. And the final point is that actually it's not about revenue from tobacco. Tobacco is where ITC is still a large contributor to our profits. And I think the task for food business is to not only look at the top line growth, but also to continue to improve margins. We have had significant shifts in our margin expansion, and to continue to do that. I think that's how we are driving our focus towards.
Right. Great. So on that note, I think it's been wonderful having you speaking at this BrandWagon Conclave, and some very interesting insights on the entire foods division and the journey and some of the brands that you built. Thank you so much, Hemant, for joining us. And now I think I'll hand it back to Vidit. Thanks.
Thank you, Roshan, and thank you to your team.
Hi. So we have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. I think he logged off, but it's okay. I'll just hand it over to Vidit in that case.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Roshan. All right, thank you so much, Hemant and Roshan, for the insightful session. Now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day, titled Protecting the Consumer and Her Data. In this session, we will explore why it is necessary to create a strong system to protect consumer data. For this session, please welcome Alfred Bonilla, SAP Customer Experience, Customer Data, GTM APJ Head, SAP Japan, Prasun Kumar, CMO Just Dial, Parth Joshi, CMO Bharat Pay, Rohit Dhar, Global President Products Upgrade. The session will be moderated by Vivek Bhargav, co-founder, ProfitWheel. Over to you, Vivek.
Hi, everyone. This is Vivek here. I'm talking about consumer and her data privacy. So I generally believe that privacy is a very, very critical factor in today's digital age, but it's becoming almost impossible to implement it because, it was started off that if you take consent of the user, then you can actually use that user's data. But it's very difficult today for consumers to not give that consent, right? Because half the places consumers are giving and signing data privacy agreements, which are 20,000 to 36,000 words in size. It'll take us days and years before we read all those agreements. It's also to do with that the internet and digital age is about having a lot of things given to us for free. And when things we get for free, that means we are the product. So the fact of the matter is our data becomes a product. So again, if you want to continue with getting information and getting a lot of things that we're used to for free, then probably how limited data privacy is going to be. Thirdly, I think what is happening is that it was always about PII data, personally identifiable information. But now what has happened is that because of AI and because of computing power becoming so good, what happens is that people connect the dots. So even though I may not get PII information from the person, but because I know the PIN code the person has, the gender, the age, I can actually sort of dovetail and find out who the person is. So that becomes extremely dangerous because then you have personally identifiable information, even though you are supposed to not collect PII data as per GDPR and a lot of other privacy guidelines, right? So I think the biggest challenge is that today brands have to use first-party data. We're living in a cookie-less world. So the first-party data is going to become very, very critical. But then how do we use that first-party data safely to make advertising more effective, but ensure that the consumer's rights are protected is becoming a challenge. So on this topic, we're going to have discussions from my panelists from SAP, Alfred, Prasoon, Parth, Rohit, and we're going to discuss what are the challenges and how we're going to solve these challenges. So starting with you, Alfred, would love you to give a 2-3 minutes sort of your view on the topic of data privacy and how do we protect the consumer rights.
First and foremost, thank you, Vivek, for having me. So I couldn't agree more with the complexities that are lying in front of companies today, particularly as it pertains with respect to privacy. Now, the fundamental thought that we have at SAP is the fact that it all lies on making it human, number one. Number two, it's about trust. And number three, it's about value exchange. So when you actually highlighted the fact that, these contracts are getting to a point where they're unsustainably, or somebody wouldn't be feasibly able to read it in order to understand what's written on them, it couldn't be more true. And that's really, at the same time, ironically, it couldn't be further away from what the regulators really want. What they really want is completely the opposite. Make it human readable, make it explicit, make it very specific. What are you going to be using that data for? So at SAP, we do uphold these 3 principles that we spoke about earlier. It's about trust, it's about getting the human component back to it, and it's about that value exchange in the solutions that we actually offer. And it kind of sounds a lot more complex than it really is. So we have a solution that we call it customer data management. And as part of it, we have what we call the enterprise consent and preference management modules. And there you'll have things like, not that little box that everybody's used to where you just check the box and say, I give you all my data and you can do whatever you want. Because again, that couldn't be further away from what regulators really want and what people, us as consumers and individuals really want. It's more about, why do you want my data? What do I get in exchange? And because I feel that there's value in that exchange, I'll go ahead and pass it on to you so that you can handle it, manage it, but not necessarily or definitely not misuse it. And I think that that's what I'm looking forward to discussing with today's panel, here to help, particularly from a perspective of having been in the industry, particularly from a customer identity and access management, customer preference and consent management, as well as data management overall for the past 15 years, advising CMOs, CPOs, CDOs, digital officers, marketing officers, how to put the consumer at that center of that journey.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, Alfred, I read somewhere that compliance is not trust. And a lot of times companies today are trying to meet the compliance requirement, but that's not trust. So the best example I can think of is when the Titanic was making its maiden voyage, the compliance said that they needed to have lifeboats that will cover half the passengers. The previous, ships used to cross rivers and they were not transatlantic or trans-Pacific. So the thing is that compliance was good enough, but we all know what happened thereafter, because if they were going to go, on that journey, they should have had lifeboats for all the people and more. Right. So I think that's what the key is, that what is the best thing to do, and how do we ensure that people are sharing data with us, we take care of the trust, not take care of compliance. So on that note, Prasoon, would love to have your views on the topic.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Vivek. And I couldn't agree more with Alfred. 2 things that you guys said, keeping consumers at the center and just not meeting the compliance thing. And therefore, I think data protection has to move from compliance burden to becoming fundamental to consumer relationship approach. And that's really the change that has to happen, right? So when you talk of, protecting consumer and her data, there are 2 things that come to my mind. One is privacy related issues, and second is piracy related issues. And both these things kind of go hand in hand. Right. And when you're trying to protect data, you're trying to respect the privacy of the consumer. Therefore, and that's more inward oriented, that's more internal. How are you using the data to reach out to the consumer and so on and so forth, where advertising comes into play. And second is about protecting that data from outside threat, external threat, hackers and a lot of other issues, which is where data security related issues come in. So these two things obviously have to be looked together when we are looking at protecting the consumer, and her data. And also, as Alfred rightly said, I think three things are very critical in this entire process. And I call those the three T's in a way. Two of them were already spoken by Alfred, which is transparency and trust. I'll just add one more T to that, which is technology. And I think these three things are super critical for any company to look at. Transparency, of course, keeping consumer at the center, developing user-centric privacy controls. We all are aware about today opt-in, opt-out policies and consent-based policies and so on and so forth. But really, how do you implement those, and how do you genuinely drive that at the core of your operations and processes is where the real challenge is. And also, I think a lot of these things can be tackled using by minimizing human intervention in a way. And again, Alfred was touching on that point that regulations are forcing us to get into more and more human interventions, reading data and trying to figure out. I think the answer lies on the other side of the river. Actually, it's about lesser human intervention, more automation, and therefore giving consumers the trust that the data is secure. It's not kind of being individually manipulated or looked at in a certain manner, which you may or may not want, and so on and so forth. I think consumers, by and large, are far more acceptable to a fact that when their data is managed by a machine, and then the reciprocity that they show in terms of even receiving messages and so on and so forth. I think if that's clear to consumers, they are far more forgiving. Vis-a-vis in a scenario where they know there's human intervention, there's no guarantee that the data may or may not be misused in a certain manner. So I think a lot of these things are very, very critical when we are looking at data protection, and all these challenges are in front of CMOs and CTOs and everyone else across organizations, and very, very pertinent topics. So would love to discuss more on this as we go forward.
Sure, Prasoon. I think the thing that you mentioned about technology, I can't agree with it more. And the biggest challenge is going to be that with quantum computing coming in, with AI becoming more and more cognitive, what's going to happen is a lot of ways in which we encrypt and store information, suddenly technology will be able to decrypt. And it's going to create a new challenge for companies, because the more advanced and larger enterprises, a large enterprise it is, the more and more dots it can connect, and basically then utilize that data more effectively. So it's going to be a big challenge as technology improves, that how do we actually now save and keep the data safe, because technology is actually going to sort of create transparency even in areas where we don't want it to be transparent. Yeah, Parth, would love to have your views on the topic.
No, since the advent of the digital economy, right, I think data has become a center point. And for a large part of since the starting of the digital economy, it was quite the wild west, right? You squat where you are, you take what you can, and you squat on it, and you fight the raiders, and so on and so forth. Now, some people did it well, some people were not so responsible about it. The one inflection point I think that has come in the past few years is the consumers waking up to it and realizing that the data is their product. Data is a product, and there are companies and billion-dollar enterprises, multi-billion-dollar enterprises that are built around consumer data. So as we step into the new age, regulators catching up, and right from GDPR in Europe to PDP in Southeast Asia to DPP in India or CCP in US, you have all these nice data protection bills kind of coming in, but regulators are still catching up, right? And like you mentioned, Prasoon, compliance isn't really the right thing. It doesn't mean that if you're just following the letter of the law, you're doing the right thing. So while the regulators will take time to catch up, I think data protection, privacy, knowing well that the consumer have woken up to it, will become a key point for any brand, any business, and in fact, if I might say, a competitive advantage. At the end of the day, the consumers are not saying that I don't want you to give me my data, but they're saying that, hey, if I'm giving you my data, I'm trusting you with this, right? So the value exchange that Alfred talked about, the trust becomes a very key part of that value exchange. And with great power comes great responsibility. And so how do we manage this data, as brands, to make sure we are interacting with consumers the way that they want to? Because it's a pull-based economy now. It's no longer push-based, right? They want to consume, consumers want to consume what they want to, right? And that includes media. So that will become very, very important, and consumers will pick and choose, and how brands interact with them, data being at the core of it, will form a significant advantage. Like Prasoon again spoke, I'm repeating some of the things, is that apart from brands using the data judiciously, the second part will be about the security of the data, right? So we have to become much, much more serious about it. The kind of data breaches that are there in the news every other day are critical to manage, and there needs to be a proper concerted effort by organizations, by businesses, saying that, okay, we have this data from our consumers. This can be how we manage this, how we handle this, how we secure this is not only about about compliance, but potentially a strategic differentiation that we can create, and which can put us at the pole position across this. And there are various facets to it, whether you talk about the kind of, what are the different, how do you classify data, how do you store data, how do you secure that data, how do you design policies around managing and communicating with the consumer and handling that data, that the responsibility and the trust that somebody has laid upon you. Because once you lose it, it's quite difficult to get it back, right? So it will be interesting to see how both companies take responsibility for it, right? A lot of both managing the data as well as securing the data, and how the regulatory framework kind of develops further, right? And stops playing catch up and rather works with the industry to figure out what is the right way to do this, benefiting the consumers, ensuring that the consumer experience is at the center of it.
So I think just one thing to add, Bharat, I think you said data is the product, but now I think consumers are the product, and people have realized that they are the product. But I think I just had one thought that consumers who are in developed countries, are they more aware about their rights and their the power of the data and their value of the data as compared to some of the emerging markets? So maybe it's a discussion that we can do. Is it a very affluent developed country thinking and the top 10 million users in markets like India, or is it something which a person who's just joined the internet 3 months ago, he also thinks that sharing data is a challenge for him?
I think with the connected economy and the proliferation of information, what's happened is, I don't think we can classify it in developed versus developing countries, right? I think there are segments of customers across countries. So if you look at the affluent population of India versus the affluent population of US, just in sheer numbers, we'll beat them in the number of people who are concerned about their data, right? So whether it be Indonesia or whatever, right? So
that's the reason I said 10 million in India. 10 million people in India are concerned about data.
Probably much more, right? So yeah, so I don't think it's there, but I think the criticality of this becomes more, responsibility becomes more accentuated in the developed countries, because they have a far more redressal systems, right? So for example, US is a highly litigious sort of a system, right? So the downside, right, the deterrent for a big organization to be responsible is much higher, right? And also with the frameworks of law increasing and the litigiousness of the system. So there are multiple facets to it, but which cause some of the developing countries to seem like, okay, there perhaps the consumers. No, I don't think it's more about the consumers as much. Maybe there would be, right? In sheer percentages, there would be, because there would be a overall bell curve to this. But I think it's more about what are the deterrents, what are the kind of frameworks that are in place, and how empowered do consumers feel to fight the big corporations, for example.
Cool. Perfect. Rohit, your views?
Hi. So very quickly, I think I really liked what Alfred said. Alfred had a element of human component, valuing exchange and trust. I think that's a very good way, segue of structuring the conversation. And then Prasoon said transparency, trust, and technology. So it is a very interesting element that both of you came back with 3 points, and completely makes sense. For me, privacy and protection is it's a responsibility. At the end of the day, it's a right for the consumer, who is a consumer who's consuming the content and sharing the data, and it is the guy who's creating, like people like us who are creating the systems. It's our responsibility that we need to be ethical towards it. It's like if someone is not watching, we go and we cross the red light or a signal. Like that cannot happen, right? If people are not aware, that doesn't mean we are unethical and we start shying away from our responsibility of not being, transparent, not being trustworthy, not ensuring that our technology works in a way where we just don't hog on data and just use it in a wrong way. That's unethical, fundamentally unethical. And I think Parth has already called out there are businesses which have been built on this data. So there is nothing more that we can talk about on this front. But here's my request, and I think for every individual or a senior leader out there, that it's a responsibility for a leader to ensure that we are capturing PII information, personally identifiable information of users. And that is both user profile data and user behavior data. Both of this information is it absolutely maps back to that user. And that's what we leverage to do a lot of things in the name of giving customer a customized, personalized experience. And that's the little, wall / marketing package that we have in front of us. So while we do that, we need to be very, very conscious that how are we ensuring that data is securely kept with us and is not being shareable and it's not being penetratable. At Upgrad, we try and create a vault. We just put all the data inside that vault, and we ensure that there is no way people have access to it. That's what we have, and because you've seen how multiple times large organizations there's been data leak as a challenge, and this data is not shared with anyone out there. That's the goal that we're heading towards. Are we 100% there? No, not at all. Do we want to be there? 100% we want to be there. Does it matter that we are compliant, not compliant? Of course, from an accounting, from a regulatory, from an audit standpoint, we have to be compliant. But for me, mentally, I can't be unethical. I can't just say, okay, I'm going to just do all random. So that's where, for me personally, this is my responsibility to ensure that my users' data are being kept in an organized fashion and securely under a vault. And the key is literally given to only the folks that are absolutely needed. And we don't, manipulate that data for our own interest. That's what I am looking at. And that's what I would highly recommend to all the leaders out there in their organization.
Yeah. Just to add, similarly, when I started Profit Wheel a year ago, we said we will not take first-party data from anyone, first thing. And we will basically help companies use their first-party data in making the advertising more effective or do the creative, the content more effectively. But at no point in time, we will take any first-party data from them. You create a custom audience on Facebook or give us Sharp 256 data. And from there only, we'll make that data and that consumer transparent to you. Because I think GDPR and some of these companies for small startups like us, one single breach, even if it's done in any way whatsoever, can wipe out the entire organization.
Wiped out.
Yeah.
A lot of those things don't matter really. I'm sure all of us are aware of the Jantara syndrome, right? And so, a bunch of probably 10th fail grads can steal data from anywhere in the world. So, I mean, data protection has multiple layers surrounding it.
Absolutely, and this is
not
where
a-
your third leg of technology comes in, Prasad. So a bunch of grads can come in and definitely, and I see these guys sending emails, hey, I have this data from you.
Absolutely.
I have that data from you. And you're like, okay, and you're literally trembling. You really, that much of data you have? And then you're saying, send a sample data. And all of this happens. Always it happens across the board. But I think end of the day, as long as we are responsible and consciously taking calls versus just worried about compliance, I think we are heading towards the right. Are we all?
Yes.
Are we all 100% secure? No. Even Bank of America is not 100% secure. But as long as we are ensuring that we are heading towards that, I think we are sorted.
Okay, so Rohit, on that note, I would love to have your views. Upgrad does collect a lot of data to improve the learning experiences of learners, right? And also you do it while onboarding, but you also do it while the person is actually completing the course, right? So would love to have some thoughts on how you're using the data to really enhance the consumer experience.
So Vivek, I'll give you a context here, and I don't know how much time I have, but I'll take not more than 2 minutes just to give you context. If you think and if you look around, a lot of our friends or known people out there probably are in their jobs and not very happy with what they're doing, but they're doing it because effectively we all, or most of us, work for the credit card bills and the mortgage that you have to pay. And that's why we are just stuck with our job, right? And that's a feeling that the person comes at home and goes back home, comes to office and goes back home and continues to have that. The family is not happy, he or she is not happy, and then they go back home, they take that unhappiness there. In my head personally, I was making sure, I'm wanting to make sure that can I give that person a kind of a career path predictor, which means if Alfred is today a software engineer and he wants to be a data scientist, but he doesn't know how can he can be a data scientist. What are the things that he or she should be doing to get there? I'm ensuring that I get enough information from Alfred to understand what Alfred has done so far, what is his interest, and how can I ensure that he gets there as a data scientist. For that information is needed for us to be able to predict and help the person to get there. Now, two pieces. One, if Alfred wants to do a data science course, does he even have taken maths if he's an art student and wants to do data science, I have to literally bang my head on the wall and say, Alfred, it'll be very hard, buddy, because how do I make you learn modeling? That is something that I have to work hard with Alfred to get there. Hence, those are criteria that we would want to ensure that we have the right guys coming in and being set up right. The second piece of it is after they've been, even if he does a data science course, Alfred, just an example, yeah, don't take it personally. So the second piece of it is he has finished, but he's still a fresher. A fresher who's a data scientist and has just learned, it's very hard for him to get a job. At that point in time, what we want is when he's finished, we want to get a little more information. Hey, what have you learned? Where have you learned? What is your skill now? Where do you stand? And what can we help you in terms of preparing you for the next transition of your life? At that point in time, we will prep him up for soft skills. We'll prep him up for hard skills. We'll prep him up for certain interview questions. We'll prep him up for his LinkedIn profile. We'll prep him up for his resume to ensure that. And so during that process, we'll also ask you what is the expectation of his cash component, salary component, all of those, just for us to understand and take him to the next level. Else, what happens is we can't be we can't work in an island. We can't work in a silo and say, hey, we have done our job. You just figure it out. Again, that's when the ethics and responsibility comes in. I can't take a bunch of money out of you and then say, you know what, you did your course, we give you the certificate, we are done. Thank you very much, Alfred. Enjoy yourself. That's something that we don't want to do, and hence these information is needed to get the guy there. And we have, I'm very proud to say that we have done around 50,000 odd right now enrolled users who are doing more than 6 months to 2 years of courses with us, with universities. And out of them, we have thousands of students who have actually found a job through our career platform. We have over 45,000 jobs at this point in time listed on our platform. So this is what is happening. And we have an internal recruitment team which only connects directly with the organizations to do this. So all of this needs we need to ensure that the learner is plugged in, and for that we need this information, and that's how we use this information.
So over to you, Parth. I think basically, what according to you is what do customers want from their brand relationships, and how can brands build these sort of sets of cohorts for deeper engagement, especially when we are progressing towards a completely cookieless world? Yeah.
See, I think what I said earlier kind of I'll pick up from that consumers want to be communicated with and want to consume the material that they want to, right? And to be honest, consumers are willing to give up their data if they see a real value kind of coming from the publishers that they are doing, that they're interacting with, or any brand that they're interacting, any business that they're interacting with. If by giving my data to you, you ease up my life. Well, example, Rohit was talking about how Upgrad does it, right? Similarly, BharatPay would do it by saying that if I have your data, I can give more personalized recommendations to you. I can help you grow your business and provide the right tools for you, right? I don't want to give you a product which is worthless to you. But if I am able to take your data and able to provide you tools, the methods, the right solutions for your business to grow, now that's where consumers become very okay with sharing this data. And this first party data is going to become critical as we move into a cookieless world, right? And therefore, once you don't have the trackability, you'll, iOS is already cracked down, Android is talking about it, Google is talking about it already. So when this kind of goes away and the third party targetability goes down, then your first party data will become very, very important. With growing consumer concerns, therefore, you will have to provide the value to the consumers and give them a reason why should they be sharing whatever data it is. So companies will need to be very, very transparent, on why they're collecting what they're collecting. Be very responsible to say that, okay, how we take care of this data, and that includes how you classify the data, right? And within PII also, there are various levels. So you take generic data, you take PII data, there might be even more sensitive data, financial information, health information, which is super, super sensitive. And how do you secure it, do it? And once you have that, that's when the consumer and you have to deliver an experience that elevates the overall customer focus, and that kind of makes the consumer feel special and say that, hey, I can see how they're using this data. Or by providing my data, my experience, my interaction with this business, this brand has grown manyfold. If I provide my phone number or X or Y or Z, I get more personalized recommendations. I get an experience which is more tailored to me, which is more relevant to me, rather than going to a plain vanilla when I don't do anything, right? And you will have to give options to those consumers saying that what level of tailoring do they want, and consequently, what kind of data they have to share. Right? So that will have to be very, very critical to build this two-way, transparent, honest relationship, to be able to have first-party data, which will still allow you to give good experiences and give yourself an advantage in the world. If you just take data and do nothing about it, you are not able to convert this data into a positive outcome for the customer. Then the consumer will say, okay, why am I even giving you this data, right? And of course, there are multiple technical solutions to manage in a cookieless world, right? So that includes how do you get the right ecosystem of partnerships, for example, like-minded companies and organizations who come together to, again, deliver more value to their customers. How do you take that overlap? How do you use some of the more technical solutions, right? People-based durable IDs, for example. How do you make your own data machinery? We talked about AI and ML, right? So let's say, you start today saying that my customer wants to be talked to in a certain language, right? But not everybody will tell you what language preference that they have, right? So how do you set up a data machinery which will allow you to identify that Hindi-speaking merchant in Chennai, right, who doesn't want to be spoken in Tamil or English, but actually in Hindi? right? How do you do a testing, learning? How do you create that data infrastructure, that data refinement infrastructure that allows you to really take your first party data and your behavioral data to generate more out of it? We often say that it's the often quoted thing saying that data is the new oil, right? Because it needs to be mined. But data is the new oil goes deeper than that. Data is the new oil means you need to really refine that data, right? There will be different grades of fuel that will come out of it, right? You'll also get the coal tar, right? And you'll also get rocket fuel, but you have to have the machinery to be able to refine that data and to be able to use that data. As we move into a cookieless world where consumers are more empowered, are more aware, their expectations are higher, it is really up to the organizations, the businesses to manage this data responsibly, be transparent about it, and deliver real value to the consumers through the usage of this data.
I was working on a course for one of the investments I've done. They basically make courses on different things, and one of the things was data-driven decisions as a topic in the course, right? And what you said is so right, that it's like oil, but then it has to be refined. And how do you take the right data to take the right decision at the right time? And whether it's advertising, whether it's content, it's creative, but I think it's very, very critical. The companies who actually get that process right are the ones who will succeed in this digital age, and the companies who don't will fail. So
I don't know of any decision today which is not data driven, for that matter. It's hygiene, right?
Yeah.
But just to add to what Parth and Rohit were saying, I would just add a few more dimensions to this. It's not only at the point of data collection or generation that there is a challenge related to data protection. The data protection challenge is across the data funnel, right? So it's at the data generation points where you need to be very, very clear about, and I think both Parth and Rohit spoke about that in detail. I think at a data transmit state within the organization itself, right? How is data getting secured when it's getting transmitted? At a data store level, how are you storing data, and what kind of protections you are applying across over there? When you're consuming the same data for advertising, messaging, and so on and so forth, there is a chance of leakage out there. And finally, if you have to dispose of a data, right, how effectively you're doing that, what kind of protection tiers you are building around that, so that data does not gets leaked from there. So it has multiple dimensions. It goes very deep, and it goes across. Really, it's not really about. It's not a marketing problem. It's an organization problem. It's a business problem, right? And every business is data business today. Every business. There's no business which is not a data business, and therefore it needs to be on the agenda right from at a board level. If you really ask me, it should not be left only for CMOs and CTOs to decide what to do with this and what not to do with this. This is far too important an issue for even a CEO or for that matter board of directors to ignore. To say that how do you protect the data, and what do you do with the data, and how do you do the things that you do with the data. So this goes across the organization, and I think sensitization of not only guys who are custodian of that data and who are using that data, but across every single stream within the organization, there needs to be a sensitization related to data. And it's really about how I should say how much care you are taking when you are really dealing with consumer data inside. And Parth and others spoke about the intent part there. Right, what's your intent as business, and therefore it all starts from there. You need to have respect for that privacy to begin with, and then every other thing, the processes and the policies and the investments will follow from there. And therefore it's an agenda at the very, very top of the organization, to my mind, and and across every kind of organization it needs to flow from there, and not only, it's not a departmental silo issue at all.
I love what Prasoon said, because I think, just the way we spend cash as different parts of the organization, right? Different departments, we always rationalize it. Are we getting the max bang for the buck? Are we judicious about how we are spending the money. I think the same applies for data. It's an organizational resource and does not belong to one function, or just have a CDO or a CTO or a CMO or whoever it is, right? It's an organizational resource, and as an organizational resource, it should be treated as such, much like cash, saying that, are we using it the most judiciously? Are we using it in the best way? Are we using it in a way which is net beneficial to the organization, to our customers? Does it help us build our long-term business? So yeah, Prasoon, absolutely bang on that one.
Cool. So over to you, Alfred. There's a question that has come from the audience which says, while trust is key when it comes to consumer data, how can it be built by organizations? And you started off your 2-minute note with trust as a key focus, but how does organizations build that? Seems like an interesting question.
Absolutely. I think that, every single panelist here is well grounded in terms of what they want to get from their data, right? I really enjoyed, for example, the journey that Rohit took us through. We happen to have among our customers a company by the name of Franklin Covey. I don't know if you've heard of them, but Franklin Covey they do a lot of training and experts. They also have many events that they run, right? They have also publishing and so on and so forth. The 7 Habits of Very Effective People, etc., is under their belts. So this is what Blaine Carter, which is the Chief Information and Security Officer of Franklin Covey, had to say to me in several occasions. We're great friends. I've interviewed him many times. We've worked together very closely in many occasions. He said, if they were to even attempt to understand regulation and follow the regulation, they would need a team of lawyers, literally, to be in their staff 24/7, because regulations just change every single day, right? PIPL is the most interesting one that has come out, and of course, India will have its own very, very soon. It's already in draft levels, etc. The interesting thing about it is that you don't have to have a team of lawyers if you do what's right for the consumer. And this was what I believe Rohit was also alluding to earlier in his conversation. If you're making it very clear that you are doing a exchange of value for the information that they are rewarding you with, then trust is built as a result. And, we come back to that conversation that Parth was also talking about distilling that resource to several levels, making sure that it's well safeguarded, making sure that, and this was also alluded by Prasoon as well, and he talked about the fact that it's not at onboarding or throughout the life cycle or at the plausible deletion stage, it's across the board. That pretty much puts the companies in a position where they have to think about a platform, not about point solutions. Because the last thing that you need is one more siloed system to again increase just one more instance of where that data is being stored. And that's what we have actually tried to do, right? We've incorporated all of the comments that have been previously underlined. From, again, going back to Rohit, is that value exchange, is the fact that you do what's best for the customer. And we talk about granularity at a very, very incredible level, because we do have the consent vault as part of our solution as well. But think about this. We have the capability to store the data, because you're in India, right? But who tells you that there won't be, and knocking on wood right here, COVID will hopefully open the boundaries very, very soon, but you'll be catering to a person that comes from China. And the minute that he's a Chinese citizen, he abides by the PIPL, which very specifically says his data has to be stored within the geographical region of China. And it only takes one customer. You said it yourself, right, Vivek? It only takes one customer from GDPR for some of these companies to appear or disappear, because the penalties are huge. And if you really ask me, you made a very, very interesting comment. I think it was Parth, you were talking about the fact that regulators should stop playing chase and just try to work with the industries. I believe that's very close to my heart from an opinion perspective, because it's exactly that. Regulators, what they can do is give it the seriousness that it deserves, and that is done with the fines. And believe me, it's a international topic now. It's a GDP topic now, right? Because GDPR, for example, takes away 5% out of the top line, not the bottom line, of your entire revenue worldwide, just because there's one failure in the way that you're handling. And when they talk about failure, they're not talking about one record. They're just talking about more your SOPs, your standard operating procedures. Do you have a fallback plan? Can you go and understand how you're actually capturing data in one market? Or if we talk about India, in the South region versus the Northern versus the South, you were talking about, India in itself is even more complex than the States, if you really talk to me about it. And I'm not Indian, by the way, but I've had the pleasure of actually being in India for a very short stint in 15 years ago. As a matter of fact, I was learning programming at Wipro.
Yeah, just a little bit of interruption. I've been getting hints from the organizers that we've restarted.
We've jumped out of time. But that's how we do trust. We do trust, again, 3 principles: transparency. You bring the human concept. Imagine if you can click anywhere and you get told what that data is being precisely used for. When you say, give me your date of birth, you're asking because you want to make sure that you're not a minor. Because if you're a minor, you get regulated otherwise. And the value exchange. That's how we build that trust. So thank you very much. I hope I answered the question. I do apologize for
awesome. And so very interesting note. I've written a book on happiness, which is publishing next month. Happiness is a muscle. And one of the chapters is trust. And that chapter is inspired by Stephen Covey Jr., who wrote a book called Speed of Trust. So dovetailing all these things about trust and happiness into one. But thanks a lot, my friends, Prasoon, Parth, Rohit, Alfred. Wonderful discussion. And I hope the audience learns some things interesting from it to deploy sort of data policies and sort of, I would say, things that take care of the consumer's interest more effectively and also benefit the organization as well as the consumer. So thanks a lot, my friends. A pleasure to be a part of this panel.
Now we move on to the next session of the day, titled Digital Transformation 2.0. In this session, we will explore what lies ahead for brands in a world that will be ruled by first-party data. For this, please welcome Arjun Som, co-founder at Scope, Archie Jackson, Senior Director, Head IT and Security in Zero Inc., Chandar Khanduja, CIO Luminous Schneider, Neha Suyal, co-founder, CTO and COO, Woovly India, Sriram Padmanabhan, VP Marketing Nissan. To moderate the session, please welcome Jaspreet Singh, partner and national leader, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Over to you, Jaspreet.
The changing market dynamics and evolving business systems have given way to new focus areas like connected, evolving business models, establishing digital trust, next generation customer experience with DXPs of this world, rise of quantum computing, and mainly maturing digital transformation. The last 1.5 years, right, the pandemic era that we are living in, the technology has covered a tipping point and seeded the adoption of digital technologies way forward. In fact, there was a joke on WhatsApp saying, what's the largest enabler of digital transformation in an organization? And I remember the answer was COVID, right? Hello, my fellow panelists. It's really an honor moderating such an esteemed panel. Neha, let's start with you since you're the first one on my screen. When you got an invite to such an interesting panel and that too talking about digital transformation, what were your initial thoughts?
I think one was when I looked at the speakers, I thought, oh, okay, I'm the odd one out. That's what it looked like. And the second one I would say is, see, we are a digital first platform. I mean, if you see Woovly, right, we are built on the crux of user experience, users discovering content on platform, which is on an app or on website, and then via which doing a shopping, which is like we are built on a digital first platform and a user experience based concept. So for us, even within our organization, everything is built around data. Everything is built around building solutions or digital technologies to support that data. That's what we are built on. So I think the first thought what I had looking at this was that we have not transformed. Our complete company is built on digital. So it's more of that for us.
Been incubated from digital, right? Your starting
You're
blocks are
right.
digital.
You're right. Yes. Yes.
And who would have imagined this like 5-6 years ago, that we would be talking about a panel in which the entire company is digital. Let me move to you, Arjun. Your thoughts, please.
So yeah, when I did get invited to this particular event, it's it's a very interesting topic, and we work as a vendor to various companies. Like Neha mentioned, we categorize them into two. One is a digitally native company, which is what Neha was talking about, and the second is a digital immigrant, which is someone who used to do business differently and is now immigrating into a digital space, right? So I feel very happy that I'm part of this panel, and I feel that the discussion could lead to some very good insights for our audience, and I'm excited to be here and participate.
Superb. So I think we're just 4-5 minutes into the discussion, and I've learned 2 new things, right? Digitally incubant and digital migrants. So let's hope we continue this trend. Over to you, Chandan.
See, this last 2 to 3 years have been a transformation, most particularly in manufacturing companies, because traditionally manufacturing companies have been not on the right side of, I think, very strong in automation, but not in very strong in digital. So this distinction became very, very clear to, I would say, everyone, what is automation and what is digital. So it's not about how you have been able to survive in this tough time, but how your experience for your customers, for your employees, for your, I would say, partners, how you have been able to create that experience. So I like the word digital migrants, or I would say, so we can say that we are a digital transformers category, whereby I will create, whereby there is a willing to transform, and probably that got more impetus in last 2 years. So probably we are into a digital transformers category right now.
Wow, see, it keeps getting better. Digital incubators to digital migrants to transformers. Shriram, over to you. Your industry last 3-4 years has just transformed. It's one industry which I very closely follow. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so Jaspreet, I'm the odd one out here. Looks like I'm one of the few marketeers from a traditional industry, as they call it, right? But there's nothing traditional about automotive anymore. I mean, who would have imagined during the time of COVID, pandemic, work from home situation, global healthcare crisis, automotive industry would actually see a huge amount of increase in volumes. For example, for our own vehicle, right? Our Nissan Magna, we just launched it, and it's seen tremendous success. And we launched it right in the middle of the COVID pandemic situation. This month, right, during the Navratri period, we delivered 10 times more cars than last year, same time. Couldn't have imagined that unless we had thought about taking the business model in a different manner to what we were used to in the past, right? Digital transformation is not part of the CIO or a CTO agenda anymore. It's a business agenda. It's not a, as I would like to call it, right? It's not a sprint. It's a long, quick marathon, which is never ending. Very agile, not fragile. I think it's a concept of, I guess, transforming with process the entire business. For a company like Nissan, which is a behemoth, right? It's one of the largest organizations in the world in automotive, top 5. We have transformed very quickly in the last 1 year, just trying to get to our customers in a digital manner very quickly. We've developed a virtual sales environment for the customers to choose their cars, colors, accessories, financing terms, exchange cost of their exchange value of their vehicle, finish the entire transaction, even test drive the vehicle virtually, and get the cars at home at their time of choice. So for us, this has been actually, as I think you said it, Chief Digital Officer equal to COVID. That's what's been, the story for us in the last, I guess, 2 years.
No, absolutely. And I've followed, like I mentioned, I've followed the entire auto industry per se. Agree with what Chandar also mentioned, and you also said, 2 years, 3 years ago, it was very difficult to equate manufacturing organizations, especially autos, industries, other industries, with digitization, right? And digital was an afterthought, not the other way around, where now a lot of and I walk into a lot of board meetings, right, and present on digital strategy, etc. We were often at least 3 years ago, often the last ones to be called in that meeting, saying, oh, presentation on digital, oh, let us finish all the other agenda items. Last 5 minutes, oh, for a 30-minute slot, they would say, oh, we've overran last 5 minutes. Can we discuss about digital, right? And it was usually tasked with either a CTO, CIO, different hats, right? Nobody had heard of a chief digital officer or anybody else for that matter. Thank you, Shriram. Achi, keep following you on LinkedIn, your posts around digital, etc. I'm sure you'll bring tremendous experience to this conference. Your thoughts, please.
Well, for this particular topic, and as I was invited for this discussion, the initial thought was quite looking forward to, because it was the agenda, the topic is Digital Transformation 2.0. So it is something which is beyond the Digital Transformation 1.0. So, and on the same lines, it's our CEO has written a book, Winning in the Digital Age, which talks about a lot of best practices, in fact, 7 building blocks of digital transformation and succeeding into it. So looking forward to this conversation, and a lot of insights from this book that I have actually inculcated over the period. Reading through it, I would be happy to share over this conversation.
Perfect. So since you were the last one, I'll probably start with you now. And you mentioned moving from digital transformation 1.0 to 2.0, right? But given that humans are very resistant to change, and we fall back into old habits very easily, what would be your mantra of success from a digital transformation perspective, right? Because a lot of meetings I go to, and they say that if we don't want to go digital, it affects our speed to do business, etc., etc. Everything is out there in the open. Our competitors are looking at it 24/7, and various other excuses, if I were to put it that way. Your thoughts, Archie?
Thanks, Jaspreet. In fact, it's something which is bound to happen. That's what the fundamental point is, because it's the climate and the environment we are in which will make us change, make us adapt into this transformation. Because even if the organizations are not willing to move into this direction, the climate will make that happen, because the supply chain, the entire process life cycle, the entire ecosystem is somewhere. I mean, one of the other building block would be transforming digitally, eventually transforming the entire ecosystem. So even if one of the portion of the business or one of the segment of the business is rigid to adopt into this particular change, or happy with the legacy journey, in that particular cycle, the environment, the climate would definitely make that change. And I'll specify a very important fundamental foundational aspect, which is VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So it's something which is around us, just like COVID. So COVID, the digital transformation happened because of COVID. Nobody anticipated COVID to be the catalyst for the digital transformation, and that is VUCA. because people who have been planning, strategizing for a long-term goal without a short-term plan, those businesses, those plans have been disrupted. And that is what one of the important aspects in this book talks about, which is about mastering duality. By mastering duality is in the current VUCA world, where everything is uncertain, volatile, ambiguous. So it's quite a hazy world. We don't know what's coming next. However, to win in a digital journey, we must definitely have a long-term goal as well as a short-term goal. Likewise, a long-term strategy as a short-term strategy. So to design that, the leadership, the entire mindset should be on the foundation of duality, which is like without strategy, without an execution, a strategy is of no use. Second is, if we are looking at growth and profitability, many of the organizations are more inclined towards growth and less towards profitability. They are more into customer acquisition, and as the customer acquisition cost increases, they come at a particular edge where business are under negative. A lot of profit margin goes into negative. So there should be a duality and not a balance, but it should be a mix of profitability, growth, and a lot of such aspects. So there are multiple things like duality in strategy and execution, growth, profitability, long-term, short-term. There should be two speeds. So a lot of aspects should be a duality kind of a mindset should be there.
Sure, perfect. And like you rightly said, we need to look at the traditional business models as well and bring duality to it. I was reading in the newspaper, somebody's designed an app where all you have to go is go to a shopping mall and point the app towards any of the clothes you want to check out, right? And it actually shows how will that clothes look on you without trying, without waiting for the trial room to get free, so on and so forth. So it is just looking at a traditional business problem, applying a digital lens on it, and there you go.
Yeah.
So Shreya, now since you said you're from a marketing background, I couldn't resist myself from asking you this question. There are tons and tons of companies that want to start the digital journey today also, right? In spite of what we are seeing in this conference, there are tons and companies who are still wary of taking that first baby step. What would be your advice to them?
I think most important, of course, who's the customer, right? I think everything starts from the customer. If the customer is driving this change, things happen fast because the customer drives revenue, and revenue drives everything else in the business, right? Like Archie mentioned, whether it's growth or profitability, it starts coming from there. And I think for smaller organizations, it's much easier because they are more agile and a lot more quicker to adapt to technologies. With all the technologies that are available, the SaaS technologies that are available right now, it's very easy to adapt and adopt a journey which suits their need, which fits within their cost, and is also able to align with the business processes that are required to reach the customer. I think what's also happening is the availability of thirdware, as I would call it, the middleware, which actually has the ability to draw customer data from various platforms into one single, I would say, portal, helps you define simple insights and analytics for people who are, I would say, technology novice like myself, to be able to make sense of the information to reach the customer faster. Because as a marketing guy, my job is to make customers aware of my product, get them to come to the dealership or to my website and fill up a test drive form, book a car, buy it. And it's a very high engagement product. We've got 30% of our bookings coming on digital now versus probably 4% 3 years ago. So it's about understanding the customer, adapting the right technologies, being able to not get too carried away with the word digital and transformation, but really focus on the core processes which help you make a better decision, I think.
Wow, excellent. And this is news for me, seriously. Whenever I look at digital, I always try and look at stats. And for you to tell us that 30% of your bookings are being done online, because I always thought Indian culture is a very touch and feel kind of buying. But that's kudos to you. So Arjun, we've spoken about digital, good. What are some of the difficulties that organizations today face while embarking and while you help organizations in their entire digital journey? What are some of the critical success factors of a great digital transformation journey?
So some of the problems that an organization faces while making this journey is, I would say, is that mostly organizations are driven by revenue, right? And there's a certain set process that is already existing, and bringing in change on those set processes is an extremely difficult task. And whenever there is change involved, that means there is extra work downstream for all the employees, right? And now for these people to, which would take something like 3 steps, now takes 5 steps to achieve, makes it an area of friction within the company. So, that is one of the areas of difficulty. Second is the customer today is extremely spoiled, right? Given the fact that they're using digitally native products like Uber, and Google, Facebook, etc., they are spoiled to the luxury that these products provide through artificial intelligence, right? I mean, we may have all experienced very simple problems like going onto an e-commerce website and searching one term and expecting the website to fill in the rest of the information or provide recommendations. And when you don't see it, it's an area of friction for the customer. Similarly, when you get diverted from within a call center from one department to the other, and that new person asks me the complete context of the previous conversation, it's another area of friction, right? So dealing with internal friction, dealing with a spoiled customer, keeping revenue as the key motivator, companies lose sight, right? Because any immediate digital, DT or digital transformation changes that a company makes will not have an immediate impact. It may sometimes, but sometimes it takes time. And when the custodian and the revenue custodian or the business custodian or the operation custodian do not see effects of the extra work and the friction that is caused by this whole new governance that the company is bringing on, is not having any impact, is not showing any statistical change in any of the aspects, it becomes very difficult for companies to say that, why am I even doing this, right? But then it comes down to, of course, like you said, one of the key drivers being COVID, it comes down to staying relevant, right? Trying to be agnostic of market changes, trying to be agnostic of force majeure, right? A business wants to continue to run. So if that is taken as the key motivation, and keeping in mind all the various frictions that you will face, keeping in mind, where your customer is coming from, and what luxury he already experiences, and bringing all of this together and not getting overwhelmed by the problem, right, is what I would recommend companies to do.
Wow, I think that your last line summed it up pretty very well. Not being overwhelmed by the problem, because I've seen companies who want to take the first baby step, but since Archie also mentioned this word digital, it's been it's been abused so much, right? That companies who've not started their journey are very hesitant on what will it entail, and where is my next, and which leads me to my next question to Chandar. Chandar, there's a cost of innovation versus value that you bring out of digitization, right? How do you balance both of these pieces?
Whenever you talk about innovation, you never, I think there is always a thought process to bring in, not a balance, but I would say you have to create a value for all the stakeholders. So I'll give you a very classical example. I'm a manufacturing company. I'm still working from home, my entire office. So we'll be among very few companies. I'll say even IT companies have opened now. And so what has happened? I think that is a value. People are saying, why should we need to come to office? Sanjay, a manufacturing company, understand. People say everything is working fine. So understand, I think this, and digital cannot happen in a day. So I think probably the questions we were asked around about 3 years back, what is the value? Now we are being asked, I think we are being overwhelmed with a lot of things, and not everything can be digital. I think that now the new challenge is too much of digital is also a digital detox. I'm talking about digital detox now, because not all problems can be solved by digital. I think now people, it is a misuse. I'll say it's the word is people are not I think using responsibly. Very, very important to have a digital responsibility now. So there are certain aspects now where everyone, I would say, you have not one digital leader. Every organization has got digital leaders. Everyone has become a digital expert. So you can understand, and once you talk about this kind of challenges, I think very, very important to pick your battles, because it's important. Certain things can't be done, even if there are a lot of pressures where people do that, but probably you will make the process more complex. I think I always, I think my focus is not to talk about digital. My focus is how do you do a process innovation? I think that is more important. Process innovation and digital are two different things. Sometimes people misuse it. I think important, we need to have this distinction clearly. Let's look at how do you innovate a process. Digital will come later on. I think now what is happening is digital is coming first, and you're probably you're automating the existing process. I think it is you're just your garbage processing is much faster. I think that is what is happening if you don't look at the process innovation. So I think this is my take on your question.
No, absolutely. And I think automation is not equal to digitization. That's very, very clear. And a lot of companies are actually, what is digital is also being questioned. And on a personal view perspective, I agree with the entire digital detox that you mentioned. I think it's very important to go out there and meet people, while businesses would probably still continue running. Like you said, who would have thought a manufacturing sector still working from home, right? Whereas almost everybody else has started going to office. Which brings me to Neha. You are a digital company. You mentioned that, right? And one of the most important aspects that at least I have seen in all such companies is the culture, right? Your culture is completely different from what traditional organizations bring to the table. Your agility, whatever it is, right? So what is the building blocks of a digital organization from a culture perspective?
I think first and foremost is whenever we do a hire, right, which can be for any role, the one thing we look at is that person data driven? Because only when a person is data driven, they look at saying that, can I look at automating the process? That's one thing. Second thing, even with a smaller company or a newer company, if you see, one mandate which we have in an organization is for every 30 employees, I should have an automation officer. And the only role of that person is to sit with everybody and see what all can be digitized. How can I reduce the amount of time they're spending on doing things manually? That's one. And I think one very important thing is, everybody was talking about digitizing process, digitizing innovation, a lot of those things. But I think that digitization comes from people first. The biggest challenge right now everybody is facing is people don't have mindset to change. So first of all, are people ready to say that, I'm open to use these tools. I'm open to use the tools to automate my processes, to reduce my work, or to kind of scale up the numbers, all of those things, right? So people, then process, and then technology is something which is building the culture around on Moodly also. These are three important, and in the same priority. First is everybody in our company has that mindset that, I'm not going to sit and do this work manually. Rather, I will figure out a way to see, can I scale it better? Can I automate this better? Second is, can I build a process which can scale this from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100? Third is there a technology available, which can be a SaaS tool, which can be my own technology team building it, which can enable me to do this faster. I think these are three principal building blocks, which as a team we have kind of imbibed, and which is also helping us to scale so fast.
I think excellent answer. It's like going back to early 2000s, right? When you said somebody to at least 1 or 2 generations above, saying now you don't need to go to a bank. You can do everything online, or you walk into an ATM with a card and you can withdraw money. People were really surprised on how's that going on. So now let me just flip the question, right? You spoke about culture, etc. I'm a digital organization, right? I'm looking for digital transformation. Give me 3 key recipes that I would look for if I have to be successful in, say, 5 years. I know in digital, 5 years is also a quantum amount of time, but let's say 3 years there.
So I think 3 different points. One is, Sri was saying, right? First of all, as a company, you should know who's your customer, what they are looking for. So if you see, when I say who's your customer, what you're looking for, then what are the technologies you need for that? For example, for us, I'm a user-driven platform. So for me, the first and foremost thing is, do I have business solutions which can improve my customer experience? So in a short term, in a long term, the one primary metric which we work towards is having business solutions, which can be a CRM tools, which can be OMS tools, which can be tools around that, right? Second and most important thing for us is moving towards the complete cloud computing. Why I say that? Because we are a platform who right now serves almost 5 million user base on a monthly basis. So many users are coming to my platform to discover content. And the scale is that I'm growing 30% month on month, which means from my 5 million, I would reach 20 million in 12 months time. So is all my structure, which is all my infrastructure, everything is cloud-based so that I have the data availability at any point of time when I need. That's the second most important thing for us, for a scalable platform like us, right? So these 2 are the primary thing what we look at. Third is, I would say, from a process level innovation, because again, when you scale up at this level, we look at internal process level innovation. Is my team ready to use the processes to scale and to build that kind of business? These are 3 things what primarily I would suggest any business to look at.
Right. I think if you add the entire pieces you spoke about, changing the culture, the mindset, to looking at organization readiness, I think it becomes a very deadly combination, right? It's more like a starter's kit or a quick guide, as we call it, used to call it in our school days, for digital transformation. Arjun, does this entire digital experience also help organizations reinvent themselves, maybe to a certain extent? Your thoughts on this, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I can best explain that with some examples. So we work for this cable provider in the US. Now, they essentially, their vendors are TV channels, right? So they have to negotiate price on a regular basis with the TV channels in terms of how much am I going to pay you for this whole year's license, right? Now, they wanted some data to support this decision, right? So they came to us and they said that, I have the set-top box. I'm collecting all the information from the set-top box. It's going and getting stored in a data lake. It tells me which channels are viewed, when the channel is being muted, when the volume is being increased. All of those actions are being captured and stored, and scores of data available, right? Now, the very simple thing that we did is essentially we created a score of the user versus the channel, right? And with that score, we provided them, vital statistics within their dashboard for their vendor negotiation team. And then they just went on and realized that there are certain star performers in terms of vendors where you need to go and sign 3-year contracts and ensure that there is not too much price modulation, right? Similarly, there were certain vendors who are not performing very well. Right from the horse's mouth, where the user is telling that, I watch this channel sometimes, maybe not a lot. There's not much loyalty towards that channel. And they're going and renegotiating those prices and beating them down to a very low price, right? So a simple capturing of that data and providing certain heuristics on top of that data was able to help them reduce costs drastically in terms of vendor acquisition and license acquisition, as well as understand what the users are viewing. So the flip of this was, how do I package channels for my users, right? Should I just have sports, entertainment, or regional packages, or should I make a little bit of a combination of packages made more available, right? So they started off with a vendor negotiation, but the same data helped them solve the customer experience and help, in fact, increase wallet share of the customer as well, right? So I would say that data and digitization of that data can help organizations in varied aspects. It depends on what they want to take on, right? Reducing cost, improving customer experience, reducing, increasing efficiencies, etc. So it's a gamut of things that you can do, but prioritize what you want to do, and basis that, set up your R&D.
Perfect. And like Neha said, data analytics is probably one of the least favorable topics that people talk about today. And I'm sure Shriram, being from marketing, would probably agree. I've seen a lot of my marketing BD folks actually come and ask me for tons and tons of data, and for which we've never envisioned that, what could be the need of such data. So coming to you, Archie, last closing comments from your side on how are companies and leaders, people successful as part of digital 2.0. I'm bringing 2.0 because you brought in that entire journey from 1.0 to 2.0.
Thanks, Jaspreet. See, from an organization's perspective, there are three major aspects. I mean, there are more, but three important aspects which are driven by the organization. One is the operational transformation, the OT. Second is creating a culture of entrepreneurial leadership, where the leaders have a mindset not only as managers, and by leaders I mean they have a vision of two-speed, where they can work agile, they can work in agile manner, not only in a particular domain, but maybe looking at the future prospects, how a particular opportunity or scope can transform. So that level of mindset should be there, that could be developed. And the final aspect, which is actually a horizontal between these two, is the next generation of talent. We may have all the best-in-class tool sets, the transformation in technology, but unless and until we parallelly nurture the next generation of talent, this would not be successful, because there is already a massive challenge of supply chain in terms of getting the right talent. Every organization is experiencing that. There are the skill sets have converged. Gone are the days with the experience that have been looked out for like 10 years, 12 years. People are coming off campuses fully plugged in. They are already certified into various skill sets, various certifications, already having a hands-on experience. So that has converged towards the campuses. So that level of maturity, and that's again another competition. So again, from a next generation talent perspective, it is both it is responsibility of the education system parallelly to nurture the right talent. Second is to ensure that the demand and supply challenges are mitigated. Organizations should also look at scope within the learning and development to parallelly upskill the existing talent. Because when you bring in a talent who is completely abreast with the current trend from outside, there must be, or there may be some talent that is there within the organization which may not be the right block or right plug-in. So for that particular scaling, this IJPs, learning and development, bringing up with the specific programs. So all of that from the next generation talent building, that is the third horizontal that builds this triangle.
Wow. I think excellent thoughts. and again, going back to the culture fit on how do we get people, to which I wish there was a easy enough answer. Then we could have solved all the problems of the world in a single day. Thank you, Archie. Sriram, we've got a question specifically for you from the audience, right? And I'll just read it out to you. It says, what does digital transformation entail for big ticket purchases such as automobiles? What are the challenges, especially when it comes to influencing the purchase decision? And this question has now suddenly become very close to my heart because you said 30%. And how can brands overcome them?
Yeah, I think I'll pick up a few pointers that my co-panelists have mentioned. Chandar, Arjun, Neha, and Archie. I think I heard words like automation, data, words like process change, bigger than digital, value versus cost. I think coming back to this particular question, we have around 20,000 unique visitors to our website every day for Nissan Magnite. We have 30,000 people searching for the Nissan Magnite on Google every day. Now, it's among the top 3 searched BSUVs. Important for me to understand what they want. So when I look at configurators, I actually look at their journey and understand where are they clicking? What is the part that they're really focusing on to look at? What is it that I need to engage them with? Now, you took an example of a retail, garments company which has an app which shows a customer what they will look like if they wear the car. I have created an option of a virtual sales advisor who is not AI driven, but I could get an option, or you could get an option if you want to show your child and your wife this vehicle and you want to engage them in a conversation without actually going to the dealership because the risk of COVID 3.0 or whatever. You could actually go through the complete car process, buying process right there on the website. And it's actually got us much higher qualifications. When I look at verification ratios of people who normally visit, do not engage with us, and people who engage with the sales advisor, the virtual sales advisor, the virtual test drive processes, my verification ratios, my qualification ratios have gone up so high that the chances for me to convert these customers become almost 50% better than normal. So I guess the core question is understanding what is the journey in which my customer enters into my website and driving them towards closer to the buying purchase, because it's a high engagement purchase, give them all the information they need so that when they go to a dealership, they only sign a paper and then they take the car and come back. And I don't screw up on the dealership experience process. I think we have to forget the word digital. Digital is, I think, as all my colleagues mentioned, it's abused word. It is about the process that helps a customer make a decision to buy something from us, because that's when we get revenue. Now, to build all of that, whether it's value or cost, we got to convince the CFO. So I got to show revenue. I got to show better conversions. I got to show the right level of conversations, which help me show that I'm making money based on these investments. So I guess the key way to challenge or overcome them is to not look at it from a digital perspective, but look at it from a customer perspective. And put a business solution, a process solution which solves a problem to get more customers into your ambit, rather than talking about digital transformation as a silo project.
Superb. And that's while you were answering that, the first part, that's what I really was thinking. If I go and visit a car dealer, right, the process is the same. The dealer shows me and the number of inquiries that you would get even on a physical showroom would be n times, right, than number of people who end up buying the car. How do you make that entire transformative experience for them, so that your dealership is clean, the dealer talks properly, I'm greeted well, etc. It's all about the experience, whether it's digital or whether it's physical
Offline.
world.
Absolutely. We call it phygital, physical,
wow.
Digital, phygital world. That's what we are working on right now.
Wow. Thanks. So again, I never heard the word before, but quite interesting. Neha, a quick question to you before we go to Chandar and close this.
Sure.
How can culture be bought and built within the organization, especially as our companies are now, again, sorry, Chandar, but going back to office?
Okay. I think I read the question, and one very important thing is just the therapy see, right? Whenever all the companies are implementing tools, what the fundamental what they don't understand is that tool user friendly for their employees. Many times we just integrate a tool without even understanding that that's really not solving the problem. That's making these employees to go from steps to 5 steps. What Arjun was talking about. So I think that's the first foremost important thing to understand: is it really solving their problems? The moment it solves their problem, we have seen that even the employees are adaptable to use those tools to become digital, to go digital. That's first and foremost very important thing. Second is, I think, from the base itself, right? If you keep inculcating among each of your peers that data and using technology is something which can ease your process, which can improve your productivity, and further, of course, your performance. We have seen across people, they are more open to come and say that, hey, I want to use this tools, rather than be going back and telling them. This is something which is going to help people to build the culture. Yeah.
And just on your first point, it is so clearly evident, right?
Yeah.
Every phone today, I was reading a report, every phone today has an average of 72 apps.
Exactly.
How many apps do you use on a daily basis? There's so many apps that you feel,
exactly.
that God only knows who designed their user interface. It's such a pathetic app, but you have to use it for the sake of using it.
Yeah. So I think
perfect. Chandar, technology procurement very close to your heart, right? So the last question is, how can organizations devise a strategic technology roadmap that can align with business requirements rather than going after buying tool after tool?
I think this question probably 5 years or 4 years back would have made sense. Now I think people say, are you creating a digital strategy to be aligned with business? I think now the business strategy is to be digital. I think that flip has taken place, whereby the boardroom discussions, even for though for technology companies, it is digital is a business, but for company like I would say traditional companies also, whether it's a FMCG or traditional manufacturing companies into nuts and bolts, I think the change that's taken place is whereby business strategies are being devised how to go digital. So you are absolutely right, and I was able to relate to meetings where you said only 5 minutes are remaining, and you just finish it fast, or sometimes we were given a go. Probably it was skipped out, but now there is a separate session in all key meetings for how do we go digital more. So now important aspect is you need to create digital champions in your companies, but also very important, you should have digital champions, but not the digital drivers. So these are two different aspects, because if you have multiple drivers in a car, the car is going to crash, because your ultimate aim is to create a secured and customer-friendly digital environment for your organization. So from that aspect, IT needs to drive all the initiatives along with the digital champions, rather than having a digital drivers in your organization. So that is my, I would say, probably experience and words of advice.
Super. Digital drivers to digital incubators, digital transformation to digital agents. I think to understanding phygital. Dear panelists, I really had a great time moderating such an esteemed panel. All the best in your respective journeys, and look forward to speaking with all of you again. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Now we move on to our last session of the day, titled Analytics, the Real Hero. In this session, we will take a deep dive into the world of analytics and understand the need for predictive analytics to enable businesses to be proactive rather than reactive. For this, we have Amiya Velankar, Head of Marketing India and South Asia, Uber. Sarika Naik, Chief Marketing Officer, Head Global Client Experience, Chairperson Diversity and Inclusion, Capgemini India. Alok Bhan, Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. The session will be moderated by Soumya Mohante, Managing Director, Client and Quantitative Insights Division at Kantar. Over to you, Soumya.
Hi, good to have everyone here. Let me start with the questions around this very interesting topic about the role of analytics and how we see analytics evolving going forward. And analytics, as we say, is the real hero. Is about the role of analytics in understanding the Indian customer behavior. What has been the role of analytics in all that?
But when I look at this question, Soumya, I first try and find a definition of this term called analytics. As always, we all go to Google and type what is the meaning of analytics, and it's a very interesting definition I saw. Other than the various definitions, the one that kept me a little bit more interested was analytics is a scientific process of discovering and then communicating the meaningful patterns of behaviors of the respondents or the consumers or B2B or B2C, as you see. So when I look at analytics and then I look at it in perspective of India and challenges, etc., I like the idea because, India is a diverse country and we keep on saying things like unity and diversity. But the biggest challenge that I see is, do we have unity in data? Do we have a single version of the truth available for typically us marketeers to find some patterns basis which we can do what you call predictive analysis and then actually think ahead of the bend. So, you keep on reading this in this world of digital and post-COVID, etc. Data clearly is the new crude. So if you can't understand data, if you can't read data, you are not going to be existing at all. Having said that, too much of data is as much of a confused situation, and we all are battling with that. So therefore, for us to, from an analytics point of view, you need to have a single version of the truth. Everybody has his own tools, APIs, chatbots, data, oh God. But reality is that try and keep it simple, especially from an India perspective, because it's a young generation that we have. And we have more data scientists and data analysts now coming around from every particular space in the world. So for some traditional marketers like us, I think analytics is a challenge. We still love to, I'm not speaking for, say, Capgemini or for Uber, because they're the new technology. I'm the old industry, so to say. We try and see intuition, and historically, marketers have believed in intuition more, the right brain more than the left brain. So I think it is a no-brainer. If I don't understand data, I better well find my grave. That's the way I look at it. So yeah, it's a challenge because there's so many sources, and India is a very, very a country full of vagaries and different thoughts and processes. I can go on and on, but net of it all is that it's a challenge. We have to be careful about the simple concept of GIGO, which is garbage in, garbage out. So the source of the data becomes important, and I think Sarika can add a lot on from her experience on how we can ensure that garbage does not come in. Because if you're coding garbage, you're getting a garbage answer. And of course, the regular things about data security and phishing and all that you have are now household names. I mean, I was today trying to create another security level on my Facebook account because I'm just pretty scared. Who all knows what I'm doing, what I'm not doing? It's just a fear. So it is a responsibility of ours to be getting in the right kind of data, building models on the right data so we can predict the future, and at the end of the day, help the consumer, make it more convenient for him to take decisions rather than making it convenient for us to take the decisions. The core remains the same. You've got to be close to the consumer. And the consumer is allowed to change his mind anytime.
Perfect. Makes a lot of sense, Alok. Harika, I think he has given you an in. So do you want to add, especially about the garbage in, garbage out point that he mentioned, and anything else that you want to add?
Absolutely. And, Alok has done a very good start to this whole conversation by defining what is analytics, because often people think analytics is this mumbo jumbo of a lot of numbers, and, then it requires some huge amount of understanding to decipher it. Actually, as per the definition, it's clearly, making sense of the data. And like Alok said, data is everything, data is everywhere. And unlike in the past, where, first and foremost, in a country like India, there was a dearth of ability to collect heterogeneous data itself. And second, to make analysis out of it became another challenge. So when you look at analytics is the cream on the cake, which is going to help marketers like ourselves really make sure that we are getting the ROI by investing in channels, investing in campaigns where we are able to add to the business goals. Coming to the point of the data sanctity and data accuracy, very clearly, you can have data of all sorts. So, there are, when we look at our own data patterns of people who are coming to our websites, we can say, hey, because of this campaign, the number of people who have come on our website has jumped by 30, 35, 40%. But really what is important to know is what kind of people have come to your website and from which other channels have they been directed here. So if they have come to your website, just because of one campaign or because of one particular channel where you've been advertising, well, it's important to understand that piece so that next time you understand where will you put your money in. I'm sure organizations like Uber and all must be tracking this very, very carefully in terms of what are the patterns of data for their application and for their users. One of the things that we are seeing, very frankly, is Capgemini, as you know, we are an IT services organization headquartered in France. We have a large presence in India. We have more than about 150,000 in India. For us, when we look at analytics, we look at it in two parts. One part is what we deliver to our clients, and the second part is what we use internally for our promotions or even for employee engagement or for attracting the best talent. If I look at the first part, which is related to clients, what we are realizing now is while there is a lot of demand for IT services, really the niche where clients are seeking our support is to not just collect data, but to make analytics and analysis to help them reach their customers faster and keep that engagement on. So clearly it's no longer the realm of it's a business priority. It is no longer a marketing priority alone. It's clearly a business objective and a business goal. The second, when we look at it from the part that I said, Capgemini in India, we are a large employer and we really are on a big hiring spree. We are gaining from size to size. The other way we also look is what are the sentiments of people, our own employees, what are the sentiments of on different social channels of people about Capgemini, and the data, which are the posts that get the highest engagement, which are the ones that perhaps just are lost in a day. This helps us also position ourselves very accurately on those social channels. I'm sure all of us know this data that we have almost about 625 million internet users, and out of that almost 500 million users are on social. And for the young millennials today, they wake up with social media. They consume it like they were brushing their teeth, and going through their day's routine. So getting that information of what are the channels there, when I say social media, there are dime a dozen social media, but who is consuming what? How are they consuming? What are the patterns in the day that they're consuming? These become very important. And for a country like India, the data accuracy or the sanctity of the data always remains a challenge.
No, very good point, Sarika. And in fact, the point you make about using social data, I think that's something everyone is doing. What I would really try to understand a little more, also maybe when I come back to you again, and Amit, if I'll start with you, is using your own data, the way I'm sure Uber as a new tech company does, to probably look at newer solutions or to, I don't know, just the way you manage the business. I'm sure data plays a very important role. Would you want to lead that in, talk a little more about it, and then come back to the other two to understand more?
So no, I think thanks to Alok and Sarika to set this up really well. Like Alok said, data is everything, and without data, I think we'll be completely lost. Every single day of ours, every single business decision of ours And every single marketing decision of ours is backed by data and analytics today. When I say again, analytics is everywhere and every organization is doing it. Like, both Sarika and Alok pointed out. I think what makes a difference is which organization uses the analytics well. And it's a function of not just being mathematical, it's also a function of being intuitive and having those gut calls when making decisions. Okay. But I'll broadly speak about the 4 sort of stages of data analytics. I think the first one is descriptive. It'll just give you what's happening. And like Alok pointed out, garbage in, garbage out. If you're not going to put that data out in a format that's usable, that's usable to make hypotheses, that's usable to draw insights, you won't be able to go to the next stage, which is diagnostics, as to why that is happening. Because see, with SQL, with data queries, and we have hundreds of tools. I mean, I can't even start naming them. You have Allen keys and you have queries and you have multiple datas. But if you're not, and we have a lot of young analysts who come and give such rich data to us, but they don't know how to put it out because, that eye of building hypothesis, insights is not yet trained. And that's where a lot of some of us come into play in terms of guiding them in terms, okay, this is the data, but can we put it in this format so that we know what are the key patterns that are emerging? And hence, once the key patterns emerge, how do we go about diagnostics? Diagnostics either towards a key objective function or a key challenge to be solved for. And once we have the diagnostics, there are 2 steps ahead. One is, okay, given that this is the steady state of consumer behavior or data patterns, what is the predictive analysis ahead of it? Okay, so if we don't do any interventions, where at this steady state, where do we end up? And this will end up giving you sort of forecasts. And in the classic CPG world, we used to do these forecasts on supply chain modeling, and one rain and everything used to go for a toss. So, and what are the variables that are inputting to build that predictive analysis is super important. Once you build that predictive analysis, you see what's the difference between your goal seek and where you're going to hit. And that's where you have to do both. You have to then build hypotheses on what the problem is. You have to do a lot of quantitative data mining as well to really point out to maybe 3 or 4 key hypotheses. And then you do the classical qualitative understanding. You go back to your consumers, you go back to your customers and understand as to what is the root cause behind this behavior or problem. And then once you've understood the root cause, you apply both logic and magic. And the logic will come with optimization. The logic will come with, okay, I'll just give an example. Is it important to be transparent and show which location does the driver has to drop off the rider to? Or is it not? And what kind of, is cherry picking better for the drivers or is it not? It's actually the algorithm that helps the driver earn more. And then once we know that this is the problem to solve for, how do we communicate in a way that's relatable, understandable to them? If you are going to communicate a mathematical incentive scheme to a driver who's, struggling to be understanding numbers or even English for that matter, then it's going to fall flat. Whatever your incentives are, whatever your schemes are, whatever your product changes are going to go waste if you're not going to communicate to them in a way that they understand. This requires a lot of intuitive understanding. This requires understanding of the consumer, being in their shoe, understanding what lingo they use, understanding what matters to them more than anything else, and then building out schemes, proposals, communication. Get that behavior change. And behavior change, again, there are the classical tech thing to do is XPs, experiments. So we go out with experiments, we roll out experiments, and I think that's where comparing between industry, I find that very exciting. You don't bake it and you are not waiting over it or just intellectualizing or analyzing, paralyzing it over days. You just go put out 3 experiments, 2 will fail, 1 will succeed. You define clear North Star success metrics and you scale it up. And that's where you change behavior, and that's where prescriptive analytics comes into place. That you've now, launched 3 initiatives to solve this problem. You've seen that 2 don't work, 1 work, just scale it up. And then that's the kind of prescriptive sort of changes and decision making will do to get the objective function that we want. And I think doing this, all 4 of this together, is where organizations find success. And I'm seeing that some organizations are great at analyzing data, get the diagnostics, but they lack the sort of soft skills to make that, what will take to do the behavior change. Some of them are great at doing analytics and doing predictive analysis because it's the pattern, but then they'll get steady state growth and steady state numbers, like whatever organically will come. So I think doing all 4 of this well, and doing all 4 of this well as an organization with one view of the customer is super important. And I think the role of marketer is to bring that voice of customer and one view of customer together. I think for me, that is analytics. Today, marketing has seen a paradigm shift. It's like getting more and more verticalized. Brand is a domain expertise, social and content is an expertise, performance is an expertise, product marketing is an expertise. But if we don't bring this together, then the entire experience and the entire analytics part is going to be broken. So I think integrated view is what I believe, and all the 4 steps of analytics is what is important to find success for organizations today.
I think it's pretty much come back to full circle, because I think Alok started by saying single source of truth, a unified source of truth, and you pretty much said the same thing. What I also found very interesting, and I would want Alok to weigh in on that, and coming from a market research background, I've worked in this industry for 20 years. So it's very interesting that you spoke about story. Effectively, what you spoke about is storytelling in a simple way using data, which is your last mile. And communicating it to people who probably would not understand, don't really care about the maths behind it, which is, I think, something all marketers would tend to struggle with. So Alok, from a more traditional industry, so to speak, but an industry with tons of data, for sure, you have tons of data with you, first party data. Yep. What is how have you sort of evolved in this journey? And then how are you using analytics today versus what you would have been using, let's say, 5, 6, 7 years back?
A biggish question, maybe I'll have a biggish answer to it. But before I get to the specific on the question and try and provide an answer to the group over here, I have a basic thought over here. We are all marketers, everybody thinks he's a marketer, but we're all right now designated as marketers. And what's a marketing guy? A marketing guy has to tell a story, right? I actually go and tell my team, you show me data. What is that story that the data is telling me? That is what then I will bring to the consumer, because don't anticipate the consumer to be thinking about, in my category, to thinking about life insurance the way we think about life insurance. Even if he thinks about life insurance as a category, 5 minutes in his daytime, we are home and we are thinking 24 hours insurance. So don't try and create a parallel over there that customers don't think life insurance. No, they think. Okay, but therefore all the data, all the mumbo jumbo that you're getting from all the stacks that you get out, what is the top line and what's the bottom line? And that, I think, I put it very clearly, data has to tell me patterns has to give me a story, which I can then communicate. From a Max Life perspective, yes, because we are dealing directly with customers and day in and day out, over 10, 15,000 interactions happen on our call centers, on our approaches to consumers. I think we did some analysis sometime about a couple of years back. We approach close to 1.5 lakh individuals every day. Now, it's a great statement to make. What do I do with that? I'm collecting data on every interaction nowadays with all the digital stuff and the cookie world. Hopefully, cookie world will survive a bit more. Otherwise, we'll all be dead, we've gotten so used to this stuff now that we can interact with him and understand why is the consumer falling off the purchase funnel and where is he falling off. Therefore, there is no end. So we have a big risk, Soumya, which is I term in the traditional term analysis paralysis. And there is, when I look at all these presentations in boardrooms and I see the presentations are made full of data, I actually blank out. I think I am ADHD. I blank out. I said, यार मुझे बताओ कि तुम बोल क्या रहे हो? तो वो एक बड़ी important चीज है that all of us need to build the skill for. I think Amia is in an organization that is born data, as you call born digital. We are all, I mean, I'm not blaming Max Life. I'm just saying that where I come from, yeah, we have learned data. So to your specific question, Max Life has evolved extensively in the last 5 years to a completely different level of an organization. There was a lot of feeling in our presentations, in our strategy in the past 5-6 years ago, but now there's nothing that you can discuss if you don't have data to prove your hypothesis. It's also because data is so easily available now, and therefore for us, for example, we now know that if we don't activate our servicing channels through WhatsApp, you can do as many call centers as you want. You can do as many SMSs and email marketing as you want, but WhatsApp is the channel that the consumer is saying, I believe in. Okay, it is authentic. So we have to build that trust. My category is all of trust. Soumya, you and I, when we work on our favorite research that we do every year, the India Prediction Quotient, what are we doing? We are challenging each other and saying, yeah, is it even understandable to the common man what we are trying to create? So to answer your question, yeah, we have used all the Google stacks, all the AI networks now. We have a specific team in Max Life, which is an AI ML team. We have we have a focused insights team, which you work with in any case when we do that stuff. So the integration of the insights team, which builds the narrative from data, and the data team that challenges the narrative. It's a continuous, integration of sorts. Mostly at times it is more discordant than integrated, but that's good because then we can come to a narrative which we can go out to the market with. So that's our objective at Max Life, that we need to be very close to our customer. Where the customer is, we need to be there and not get the customer to where we are. So social is a very big item for us now. We've created dashboards as always. All data guys love this word called dashboard. So we have a social sentiment score from all our platforms. Facebook में क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग, क्यों बोल रहे हैं? And we've gone through the pandemic impact also, where consumers have faced the wrath of the pandemic, and therefore our claims have gone up. Now, what due diligence we used to do in the past with let's say 10% of the claims, we are expected to do the same due diligence even if the claims go up 3 times, because it's a profitability business. But things take time. So how are we reading our consumer sentiment? How is he responding to delays or to repudiation of claims is very critical for us to manage the sentiment of the brand, because brand loses, it's very difficult to gain, especially in this hyper competitive world. So for us, data will tell us, is this activity giving my brand a boost or giving a kick up my brand? And therefore I have to be, as the brand owner, I have to be hyper sensitive. And if I have to up my volume in the boardroom, I will, because what's it? Somebody will say, sir, do hi to claim delay hoye. But those two guys, when they go onto Facebook or they go onto Twitter, which is their favorite way to go and criticize any brand, it just completely kills all the effort that Soumya, you and I do for India Protection Quotient to make our brand go up. And it moves month on month up and down. So am I being able to predict what my brand consideration will be in the next month? I'm still struggling with that. We are building science, but I also believe that intuition cannot be replaced by data.
Absolutely.
Data has to give me better intuition ahead of the bend so I can take qualitative calls. So quant will give me calls. You will understand this language better, Soumya, the quant and the call. But yeah, that's the way I look at it. I'm very impressed with the way companies like who are born digital like Uber are able to analyze data, and even to Indians who you otherwise put out as slightly lower educated, the drivers and everybody else. So much of data these guys capture, and they're able to create behavioral patterns. So yeah, we are changing. We're getting data scientists into a traditional company like life insurance, because at the end of the day, data has to tell me a story, and it has to be getting me closer to my consumer.
Absolutely. And in fact, it can never replace intuition, as you said. I mean, that's why all of you are where you are. I think one of the points you mentioned about the knowing the funnel and where the conversions are happening and being able to track the consumer on, especially digitally. And Sarika, I'll come back to you with the whole, hopefully cookies will survive. For us, people like us, we'll be more than happy if they don't survive, because then you will be reliant on consent data, which is what market research and survey data is about. But fair enough. I'm saying there are changes that are happening. There is the whole area of privacy and ethics and a lot of those things which are now being spoken about a lot more. So what do you see as future challenges, therefore, of this lot of data being available? Is it going to come down? Is it going to be more targeted? How do you see the future evolve, Sarika?
So a couple of things. First, data is here to stay. And that's going to be the lifeblood. But data by itself means nothing unless you're able to make meaningful patterns and use it to, either induce change or to accelerate on your initiatives. So clearly, it's something that we will, like we are breathing air, at one point in time, they said internet is going to be one of those, basic requirements in our lifestyle. It's already become that way. Same way, seeing data and using data has almost become, as basic as your internet, because without data and analytics, you're not going to be able to make any meaningful decisions, really. I wanted to point out one thing, in context of importance of data and, how it would grow. So, at Capgemini, we have a global business line, which is called Insights and Data. Basically, it's analytics solutions that we offer to our clients. And it's one of our fastest growing business lines globally. And if we just look at the ratio of business that we look at, and I'm just giving percentages here, our business from cloud data analytics is almost about 50 to 60% of our global revenues. So clearly, and this has really stepped up over the last couple of years. So it's not just organizations like ourselves that use it for ourselves, but our own clients globally, are looking at investing very heavily, whether it is tools, whether it's insights, and hence, making inferences after getting those insights. So clearly here to stay. What could be some of the challenges? One of the things that really stands out, and you already alluded to it, Soumya, frankly, is this whole thing about data privacy and data security. We are governed by the GDPR norms, and how much of data, because there is a dark web, right? There are tools that gather information. Like today, if we use certain tools, you will be able to know your clients, which sites are they visiting, how many times they've gone to your competitor's site, what are they reading, which places have they gone. There are ways to find out because they pull this data from various social media sites. But is that the right thing to do? So clearly, in my view, the ethical question of using data which is available, especially on social media sites, because consent data is a different type. But what you put up on social media, often people say you put it up so it is with your consent. You put it up on the social media for a particular reason. You've not put it up so that it can be used for some other stuff. So in my view, frankly, I see that data analytics is going to grow and people are going to take more and more informed decisions. And I think Alok already mentioned organizations which will use this will continue to grow and thrive, and those who don't, you will see them perish very soon. So I think that's a no-brainer. I think where, organizations will be at crossroads is this ethical question on how much can you use data which is not consented, and also to build patterns. Where would you store them? Is it ethical to store? How much of that data can be used for really pushing your objective of putting your services or your products or whatever you are offering to those clients? And I think it's something very important, to think through, because in India, you walk into a mall, the person comes with a card and says, lucky draw. People immediately give their name, number, they'll give their family history also if you ask them. But what is that going to be used for? People are getting more and more conscious about it. And in my view, that stands as the biggest challenge going forward. I don't see any slowdown in the world or in India for the need for data or analytics. Alok was referring to WhatsApp. It's very interesting. I was seeing some data the other day, and you'd be surprised that the social channels, which is the highest one where people use it the highest, is not your Facebook. It's not your, of course, it's not LinkedIn. It's actually YouTube. So the maximum usage is through YouTube, and that clearly shows that people. So it's almost 85% of the users on social media use YouTube, whereas so they are watching videos. So what kind of videos are they watching? And what kind of analysis would you make from them, and would you position your services and solutions through that? So I think it's important to take a look at this holistically. And as a growing nation, as we are putting more regulations, it's very important for vigilant organizations to keep this in mind.
No, absolutely. And in fact, there are a couple of interesting audience questions. I'm not terribly sure of the time, but I think we have about 5 to 7 minutes. But before that, Amir, would you like to, as a digital first brand, would you like to speak a little bit about this whole ethics piece and data privacy, and how do you see this evolving going forward?
I think there are two parts to this answer. One, at Uber, we are we believe in doing the right thing. We strictly follow GDPR norms, and we are very clear about data privacy and usage. Second, when it comes to India, like Sarika pointed out, I think a lot of data is available, and consumers obviously are not as evolved as some of the European countries or even the US in terms of which data to give away with and which data not to. And I think that is definitely a cause of concern as far as cybersecurity is concerned. There are some alarming trends in terms of phishing, in terms of cyber theft, and as data and tech becomes easily accessible to a larger audience, this will go up. So as organizations, we have a serious responsibility of how we are using this data, what kind of agreements and partnerships we have in terms of third-party sharing of data, and very clearly protecting anonymity and user IDs and not sharing them out. I think that's something that all of us have as organizations who want to do the right things and want to be responsible. So I think the next 3 to 5 years will see that, and organizations which will not take very strict actions against breaches will definitely find it very difficult to even navigate in the regulatory environment that is about to come. So I think that's super important for us.
Absolutely, Amir. In fact, let me just take one. I think we have about 3 minutes remaining, so I'll just take one audience question. It's an interesting one. So maybe Alok, you would like to go first. Keeping email marketing in mind, how does analytics help you differentiating between creating awareness and fetching ROI as simply spamming consumers?
See, the way I look at it very intuitively again, it's all about segmenting your customer, and through data and through various hints that he's giving on his footprints that he leaves, the digital footprints he leaves, you have to select the right topic and the right time. Now, email marketing in a way is a reasonably passive form of marketing because it's not intrusive. It depends. But then if I have to do ROI, I have to see open rate, close rate, action rate, blah, 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 blah. And therefore, it really depends on a persona. Do I need to engage with him from an email perspective, because conscious consumers don't want to get SMSs, don't want to get calls, most certainly, but we have to send our message still. Now, the traditional email marketing rules remain the same, that it has to be able to attract the consumer and at least let him open the email. Now, what he does after that, I know there are tools available for even knowing what he's doing after that, and therefore ROIs come in there. But I still think that it's a bit more of mumbo jumbo from the way I look at it. I don't believe email marketing is the best form of marketing, especially in a category like mine, where you have to take the consumer into a very different level of behavior thinking. But I do want to, not taking more time than that. So I hope I know I haven't given a specific answer, but it is a little bit of I'm not particularly very convinced about email marketing being a very effective tool. Talking about my category, I'll end this conversation with one very interesting line that I read the other day. And it's from the big man, Mr. Narayan Murthy. He writes, "In God we trust, everything else is data." And that's really telling you how progressive organizations have built their fundamentals.
Absolutely. And it's a perfect way to in a way wrap this up. Very interesting discussion. Data analytics for sure is going to remain the hero, and that's very well established. But what I also learned, got reinforced, didn't learn, but got reinforced.
If you allow me to talk about email marketing, I think the one big factor we must know in India is that very, very few digital consumers who have access to digital have, validated email ID. Our experience says is sub double digit. So, so I think I agree with Alok. It may not be the most effective. It's great in terms of education at times, but to the most engaged cohort, and there are enough and more metrics to measure ROI and difference between awareness and spamming. So that would be my answer. Sorry to
absolutely, and probably spamming. We are probably sending it to the same person every time. But the three things that struck out for me is the importance of storytelling. Finally, making sense of the data, looking at the patterns, simplicity in being able to communicate it. I think that's really critical. And the future, obviously, a lot of more conversations around privacy and ethics and how we are going to use the data as responsible marketers. So I think fantastic discussion. I have a feeling we have run over time, but it was a pleasure having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Sarika. Thank you for this interaction and learning. Thank you.
And with this, we come to the end of today's session. Thank you for being a loyal audience. We will come back tomorrow with an equally interesting lineup of speakers. Let me tell you the agenda for tomorrow, what all other topics which we will be touching tomorrow. So we'll be talking about OTT, India and the world, mapping the user experience, managing the churn in OTT, disrupting regionally, solving an advertising revenue puzzle. Thank you so much. I hope that I would see you tomorrow as well. Before we go, we would like to thank our presenting partner, SAP, as well as Woot, powered by Partner. I would also like to thank our associate partner, Planet Marathi and Daily Hunt Josh. Thank you so much and hope to see you tomorrow.